here. I'm incredibly late. But I'm here. Oh, what a day. Where's Raid? I haven't got Raid open. I apologize deeply. Where's my chat gone? I've lost that now as well. I've got it back. If you've seen what I had today to do, you would not believe it. There we go. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Right, let me just sort out myself here. Oh, it's all over the place. Let's move this to there. Nice. Let's just turn this down a little bit. I apologize for keeping you so waited. I had to do a bunch of the champion guides today for the new champion releases, and because, you know, like, I've had no time, I had to literally look at it all this morning when it was all announced and all sorted out. But I've also had a bunch of other things I want to do as well. Had to record a video that I had to record today, so I had no choice. So yeah, so I'm a bit later than I planned. I apologize, but I'm here. I haven't figured out how to make time work for me yet. But that is going to change. I am here to improve the quality of my stream timings, okay? So I'm here. We're going to be talking today about all the new champions. I actually need to catch up on what we missed because we've got, like, I got tales to tell you about Vegas and all that kind of stuff. I can talk about the journey, but I also got super sick. Trust me, I got super ill. Like, I had to skip half a day in TwitchCon because I was just so ill. I was walking around like 35 degrees, Las Vegas, sunny temperature in a hoodie because I was so cold. Yes, I do have all the multipliers. They're actually on the website now. They should be. So we're here. You get that COVID? I don't think it was COVID. Honestly. Like, you probably hear my voice is still a little bit rough. Yeah, we got the Dead-Eye Jedward merch. This is my stream mug. It's really cool. You can probably hear my my throat is a little bit roast, you know, still a bit rough. I'm feeling a bit better now. You know, me and YST are struggling with it today. Poor YST. We got back in the UK yesterday about 3-ish. 2-ish. Is that why you went in many fixes videos? Honestly, I was doing lots of different things as well. So I was in a lot of the creator camps in Vegas in TwitchCon. So whilst they were wandering around different places, I had I had a full schedule of things I wanted to do around things like dev stuff, right? Development stuff that Twitch are doing in terms of how you can integrate your Twitch stream into like game development and lots of different things. So it just happened to be that I wondered if people would start talking about, like, is Saf actually in Vegas? Because he's not in any pictures. But we do have some pictures of me, like, actually with the team. I was there. But Saturday, when he was going around the expo hall, I had to go back to the hotel. I was just so ill. It just was, like, I was dead on my feet that day. And then on Sunday, they were over at one of our investors' houses, playing some poker, but I'd missed out a bunch of the TwitchCon on Saturday, so I wanted to try and catch up on Sunday, and I just didn't end up getting out of TwitchCon till late, so that's kind of like, the time just flew by. Yeah, so I originally worried it was COVID because I've had it before and it was very similar symptoms, but Fix was like the same thing as you just said, Juggernaut. Like, I haven't been there long enough for it to have been COVID. Did we see the sphere? Yes. That thing is huge, Lou. Like, it's a massive IMAX screen. It's massive. And you can see it everywhere, right? I've got night pictures of the of flying out there, and it's just like a massive blue orb. Let's see if I can get some pictures out here. So if we get to the champion, I've got a massive idea for the new Ogrin Bellatar. All right. Well, hold your idea, Zandina. We'll probably go through them somewhat one by one. Oh, I hate it when this does this. So I'm trying to log into my iCloud so I can actually get my pictures. There we go. There we go. I heard they want to get a sphere in London. No, I don't think it will. Like, I think what makes the sphere really work in Vegas is there's so many lights to begin with. So it kind of makes sense. But I feel like if you were to put a random massive LED screen in the middle of the London skyline, it wouldn't really work. Right, here we go. Let's grab this. Can I go full screen without like revealing my trade secrets? Probably. Let's just be safe. I don't particularly want to leak my iCloud login details. Can I select more than one? Yeah, let's just grab this. These pics are just hilarious because it's just a massive kind of like orb. I have to say, I've never been to some of these streets. I've never been in a place like it. Like, it's so hard to describe some like the experiences. Like, I knew what Vegas was going to be like a little bit, but actually living it and seeing it and kind of like going through it and going, oh, this is like a surreal experience. Like, Fremont Experience Street is a whole crazy world. So we did do the Grand Canyon. I've got some pics of that. Let's grab a picture of this here. YST, bless him. YST thought I was trying to kill him. The original plan with the Grand Canyon was we were going to get a helicopter. And the helicopter kind of like flies you over there rather than drive or anything else. And because we were limited on time, we'd get a day trip helicopter. Because if we did a bus, it would take forever. So we were going to get a helicopter and land in the canyon. Unfortunately, we just didn't get around to booking it quick enough. So all the helicopters were gone. So we had to compromise for a plane. And YST hasn't flown in a Cessna plane before. He wasn't too comfortable when he got in the plane. Were you, YST? Bless you. I think he did think we were trying to kill him. Can confirm we were not. But I think he thought we were. Which is quite funny. So I'm just grabbing a bunch of pictures so I can download them. So we can share our experiences. The Vegas war stories. Because it did feel like a war zone at the end with my body, the way my mind was working. Let's grab this. The Grand Canyon is impressive. Grab that. Just grabbed some of this. The craziest hotels we probably visited, I would say, is the Bellagio, just like the conservatory, and then the Luxor. Those things were bonkers. Let's grab that. Cool. I haven't actually viewed all these pictures yet. It's kind of crazy. So they held the TwitchCon in the Las Vegas Convention Center. And I thought it was in the whole convention center until someone said to me, oh no, that's only like a quarter of it. So there's a whole other part of the convention center we didn't even visit. That should do. We did find Hell's Kitchen as well. That was kind of cool. Download. Nice. Yeah, poor YST was... he was regretting his life when he sat on the plane. But it wasn't too bad, was it, YST? You enjoyed it? It was just at the Grand Canyon in June. Yeah, the only thing that I wish I could have done was actually take the picture on the Grand Canyon, you know, when you're... But we didn't have the opportunity to land with the flight that we booked, unfortunately. It was the only one we could book. We booked it with like less than 24 hours notice, so it's not that surprising. Just gonna load those pictures. Yeah. Lovely. That's not all of them, is it? What about this one? No. There we go. should work. Let's just go to... God, I've got to remember how to stream. It's been a week. There we go. So, the blue glowy thing is the sphere. Just to give you context of how bright the damn thing is. The blue glowy thing, we happen to be sitting on opposite the wing, so getting a picture was a bit awkward. The blue glowy thing's the sphere. It's a bit big. Like, very hard to miss. That's basically the Las Vegas Strip. It's just like... huge. It's a miracle, Swiftcut. I didn't get burnt once. Not one time. It's a miracle. I don't know how I managed it. So we got the Hoover Dam. Not bad picture taken from the sky, to be honest, in a moving Cessna. Yeah, Serge. It's non-stop lighting. The lighting bill in Las Vegas is big. And also, if we ever have, like, a shortage of screens, it's because they have taken all of the screens to put them into Vegas. I've never seen so many LCD screens in my life. So, yeah, so we kind of flew over the Grand Canyon. So these are just some of the pictures we took. Not bad for my camera phone of, like, 5 years, though. You can kind of see my reflection a little bit. I did discover that I needed to buy a new iPhone because my battery life on my iPhone has got like 80% of its life cycle left. So my battery was not great. So I'll probably knock this up into some sort of video. This is the plane that I almost killed YST on. I mean, it's a pretty good, it's solid. I know the flappy bits next to YST was a little bit loose. But I was like, you know, it's like we're going on an Indiana Jones adventure, right? It's bigger than the Cessna that I flew over Peru on the Nazca lines. That thing was deadly. That was like a 4-seater. Nobody wants to see your tail. What are you doing? We've been live for less than 20 minutes and you're already disrupting the stream. Ah. Can you not? No? Okay. Cat stream when? Oh, I mean, she could have streamed when I was away, right? Put on a permanent live stream. Oh god, no, I didn't fly it. We had a pilot. Although, one of the passengers did sit up front, believe it or not. Thank you for that. Yeah, YST sat down and the panel was loose on the side and he was like, oh god, I'm going to die on this plane. But it was quite comfortable, I thought. Then we basically went to an AMG party around New York. So there's the Empire State Building replica. I think somewhere down there's also the Eiffel, the Statue of Liberty duplicate. YST did do the roller coaster. That's the globe, by the way. It's a bit big. And they would basically change it to like either the thing looking. Sometimes it had like the Xbox promotion at the moment with Spider-Man 2 and stuff. One of it was like the baseball promotion for Tyson Fury's, not baseball, boxing, sorry. I am a Jinx, Lisa. It's true. Oh, traffic in Vegas has been bad at the moment because they're preparing for like the is that the last one there? I've got to go backwards. They're basically preparing for the Las Vegas Formula 1. So the Uber drivers were not happy. They were basically saying traffic is about 30 times worse than it needs to be because they're having to maneuver around all the preparations in terms of the grandstand building, the resurfacing. But it looks like insane the Grand Prix is going to be. Like, it looks like they're going to be driving right along the Bellagio and stuff. It looks really cool. So, yeah, that's the roller coaster YST went on. They went on it last day. Me and Lockers basically hung out in the arcade. They went and decided to go with Lady H to go on the roller coaster. There's the Statue of Liberty, because why not? Hey, Seth, how much pressure does the Fateless team feel with regards to making a good game? Would hate for it to go the other way, but I don't really think it's pressure, Havoc. Even if it is, it's good pressure. It means that we're on the right track. If we feel like we need to make a good game, then we're doing a good job, right? There is nothing not pressured about making a game that everyone expects to be good, but I think that's a good expectation to have. Now, this was inside the Luxor. The Luxor is basic. For anyone who doesn't know Vegas, the Luxor is an Egyptian pyramid, essentially. It's a massive pyramid, and some bright spark thought, why not? Let's just stick a massive light beam on top of it. So whenever you're looking at the Las Vegas skyline, there's like a light beam coming off the Luxor. I don't really know why, but apparently they did it. But actually, the entire hotel is a pyramid. So all of these windows you're seeing, they're actually rooms. So you can literally like sleep in a pyramid. I'm not entirely sure why they had this little castle thing. And next to it, they've got a Mayan temple. So I don't really know why there's a Mayan temple inside an Egyptian pyramid, which is also opposite a Titanic museum, which is really cool, and a body museum. So the whole mix of like dead bodies, Titanic, Mayan temple, and Egyptian pyramid in one place is very Vegas, very weird. You know, it's really cool. I would have actually liked to stay in this hotel just one night, because essentially all the rooms are like this, because it's going on the side of the pyramid. It's true, Kessel, it's true. Someone actually told me that the reason why you can't open any windows in Vegas is so you can't jump out of them. I was like, that's a really macabre way of looking at it, but it's probably true. Is it still? Yeah. I mean, basically, it sounds like there's always problems in every hotel. I don't really think you stay in a hotel much in Vegas, right? Because, like, even my own hotel room, one night at like 4 in the morning, the air vent in the shower decided to all of a sudden become its own shower, and water just started coming out of it for like half an hour. I was going to go report it if it lasted more than half an hour, but at 4 in the morning, I just kind of closed the door and hoped it would go away, which it did. But they, you know, they double down. That's what I've noticed in Vegas. They come up with a concept and they go all in, because it was like full of these tower things. That's kind of the check-in point. That was us at the AMG party. So this we got invited by our by AMG, Aftershock Media Group, which is owned and like co-owned by Ash. It's the agency for us. So it's us and a bunch of the people we've been talking to over in AMG who manage us, who are talent managers, and also the creators. You can see Darth's at the back there, Veiled Shot, Chosen, Deadwood, all the American gang. Hell Hades on the right, Fiction, there's YST. Sham there, who is part of Fateless, playing a very dangerous game of wearing both a Liverpool and a Man United shirt. We did tell him if he ever comes to the UK, he can't do that. That will end badly. But we, you know, clearly he wasn't aware. Lockers down the front here. There's Dirk. There I am, look, hidden away underneath Sham's armpit for some reason. I don't really know why, but there I am. There's Randall there from AMG, Tacy, Monique. So yeah, it was it was nice to finally meet people in person who we've been talking to. On the left here is Mobile Gamer. Pretty cool guy. Got talking to him for a bit about different things he's been covering. I think Kira Mobile is up here, maybe. Somewhere around here is the Act Man. I don't know if he was in this picture as well. If anyone hasn't seen the Act Man, he does video game reviews on YouTube. So yeah, it was kind of cool. That's kind of the important thing. There's a bunch of people I don't know here. Partners, you know, plus ones and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool. Earbad's British. I don't think he was coming, no. We stayed in the Plaza, which is opposite Fremont. Yeah, Darth's right at the back there, chilling. Darth is incredibly tall. That's why he's at the back. So yeah. Those are some of the pictures. We have got more, and other people have taken more, so we'll probably do a compilation at some point. I've got a ton of the Caesar's Palace, which was insane. Just like crazy place, Caesar's Palace. I've never seen anything like it. Just endless stairs. Ash was meant to be there, but I think he had a few issues arranging sort of child cover and different things. I don't think he was able to make it, unfortunately. We did meet up with M-Tashed. If anyone doesn't know who M-Tashed is, he covers Genshin primarily, but he is part of the Fateless crew as well. So it's great to meet up with M-Tashed. He's a funny dude. So good. What I will say about Chosen, he's freakishly good at golf. You do not want to go and play golf against Chosen. He's very good. He hits that thing so true. I've never seen anything like it. He's a very good golf player. I mean, Jester, the entirety of Vegas is cultural appropriation in some regards. I mean, they got King Arthur's castle there for some reason. So we stayed in basically outside Fremont Experience. I say an experience because I got to experience it every single night. Because it didn't stop till 2 in the morning. It was loud. So loud that it shook the building. So when I came back from TwitchCon on Saturday, pretty unwell, trying to sleep it off at 3 in the afternoon, it was not good. It was really not good with the bass. Did I get any food while I was there? Well, yes and no. The first day we were there, we got invited to dinner by our lead investor. We went to a Southern Kitchen, which unfortunately didn't have many vegetarian options. So day 1 was not a great start. Day 2, we went to, I think we ate at our investor's place. So we had like nachos, which is pretty nice, pretty okay. Day 3, we went to like this sushi place. Like this sushi Brazilian thing, which I'm not a big sushi person. But I ate some rabbit food, so I can't complain. You know, it was all good. And then I got ill, which meant that eating was a bit risky. I had an Italian, didn't last very well. So I wouldn't say like the culinary reviews are very good because I don't really think I had a chance to eat much because either I was busy or I wasn't well. I wasn't able to eat it. Yeah, Elixim, I do feel like that. Vegas is very much a... We did it because we could, not because there was any other valid reason. Yeah, I'm vegetarian. Did you play the golf course where the Sphere trolls people? No, we went to Top Golf on the MGM Grand. So we played about an hour of Top Golf. YSC was very good at the Angry Birds Top Golf. It was a little bit disgusting how good Sham was at golf. He basically said he'd never swung a golf club in his life. And after about 4 swings, he was like hitting the ball really cleanly. And I was like, that's awful. I can't even do it after like 20. We did do it, but I didn't gamble at all, really. Fiction was like, I want to see you gamble and gave me 20 bucks. That didn't last long. And we did do a little bit of craps, but I'm not a very big gambler at all. Like, just I'm not. I just don't see the... In my head, the logical part of my brain goes, the house always wins, so why would I, like, participate in a losing opportunity? And unless I can actually control the outcome, I would just think it's like a waste of money. And I'm not one for throwing away money I earn. So, and I'm not one for basically getting charity either, right? So gambling in my head is basically another form of charity where you're basically giving up money to get money. It's just a very expensive charity, right? So in my head, I was just like, it just doesn't appeal to me. Poker would be the only one that appealed to me. I did like craps. So that was interesting to learn, because apparently in the UK we don't have craps. I've never been in a UK casino, so I don't really know, but player wins, but yet you play raid. Yeah, but at the same time, there is a level of controlled certainty with raid, right? If you listen to most of my content, I really don't talk about shard pulling that much, if you think about it. A lot of it I talk about is content and other stuff. You know, fusions are generally accessible without... You don't need to gamble to do a fusion and stuff like that, so... But you're not wrong. Raid is... It's actually funny. Now that I've been out into these casinos, I can see why Aristocrat bought Plarium. Because essentially, it's a psychological playground that they will implement the successes into their actual in-person casinos. Because all these slot machines now, they're not like just old-fashioned. They're all gamified. There's like mini-games on them all. Like either you're going to become Poseidon or... What was the one we kept seeing, YST? Was it like the bull? The bull was everywhere. We don't really know why the bull was there, but it was everywhere. So they've literally taken what they learned from computer gaming and applied it to the actual slot machines in real person. It makes total sense now. See, slot machines are the ultimate unfun for me. Because that to me is just zero luck. It's just basically press a button. That's so boring. I played a bit of blackjack and I got bored after about 5 minutes because there was no strategy to it. Whereas craps entertained me a little bit longer because there was a lot more strategy and thinking involved to it. I didn't really get to be playing some poker, so but it was cool to experience. I just knew I wouldn't be a big gambler to begin with. Someone asked me why I'm vegetarian. Because I don't like killing animals is the fundamental argument for me. So I'm an anti-death vegetarian. Anything that kills an animal, I won't consume or wear or use. I was min-maxing the horse racing game they had, right? They had like a horse racing thing where they basically little magnetic horses running around a track. So I was like, well, if I think logically, they probably predetermine the winner of the outcome of the race in advance, and then they adjust the odds based on the sort of like the odds they give each individual horse. So I was like working out the most efficient and risk-free way of winning from that game. That was kind of fun. So killing plants is bad, but I gotta don't start with me, Stephen, otherwise I'll starve to death. Yeah, craps is fun because it was the community aspect where one person would help another person win, so yeah. As we're in that season, do you catch any spiders in the glass and release them outside, or do you catch them and flush them? All the spiders that I catch are released outside. Any bug that comes into my house gets caught and released outside. Even if they're a pain to. And sometimes they can be. I'm not the type of person that's like dumb vegan, right? I don't believe everyone should be vegetarian or vegan, and I don't believe like things like wearing wool is bad. As long as it's ethically farmed and the animal has a good quality of life and they're not mistreated, then I'm okay with using some animal products. But I'm not okay with like the death or mistreatment of an animal. That's kind of like my line. Which I think is a fair, in my opinion, is a fair take for someone who is sensitive to, you know, the welfare of animals. So, but it's up to each to your own, right? I would never enforce my ideas or opinions on others. If people ask me a question like why you something, I'll give them an answer, but I would never expect anyone else to, you know. Like we went to a Southern Kitchen and YST had the craziest meal I've ever seen. YST basically had waffles with ice cream, strawberries, and then but just like Southern fried chicken. I'm like, it's like you're eating a main course and a dessert on one plate. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Like, I'll sit next to people who eat meat, no problem. No, I haven't been vegetarian all my life, naturally. When I was younger, I wasn't a vegetarian. I've been vegetarian now for at least 8 years. At least 8 years. Yeah, I mean, Taha, I actually don't think I can go to another Asian country because just the way the animal welfare is, I can't deal with it emotionally. I find it very difficult. When I was around Nepal, some of the things I saw was pretty rough. So if I know I can't go to places like India because I'll never be able to survive it. It would be too much, you know. Hey, Darth. Stop killing coffee beans. God, that's, yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, I've seen some of the, like, meat markets and stuff over in Asia. It just scares the hell out of me. I don't think I could go near it. Because I would just come away with it in a very negative sense. It would be very difficult for me to deal with. Because I know I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. It would just be the reality of what we're in. So... Did I find it appalling? Good one, James. Good one. But then India is also vegetarian. It's not just about the death of animals that bothers me. It's also mistreatment. And different things like that. How's the cat? She seems to have liked me again after being a bit uncertain yesterday. I was saying, where the hell have you been? My mum looked after her, so she was perfectly fine. The good thing about cats is they're pretty self-independent. As long as they got food, water, and a little bit of company, they're pretty happy. So she's got some fancy food that she's been eating today, and she's been lazing around. She's good as gold, really. Will you eat the cow from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Do you know what? It would shock you to believe I've never read or seen the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I know that might be blasphemous to some people. Did you have a yak which fell off the hillside? I didn't, but that wouldn't shock me that they do that. What about deforestation? Yeah, it does, Caleb. If it was within my power to do something about Brazilian stupidity, I would. When they elected that idiot to office and he increased the deforestation rate, I was like losing my mind. It's as bad as this. I can never watch Avatar 2 ever again because that whaling scene destroyed me for days. For 2 days straight, I was just like, because of the how it was overly analyzed and based exclusively on how they do it, that just killed me. I can't, like, I can't do anything about the whaling industry, really. I haven't got enough power to do anything about it. I can only support it and say I think it's barbarous and horrible. But to actually witness it and experience it, I couldn't cope with it every single day. I can't cope with it. I literally cannot deal with my own life if I have to have that in my mind, because it would just ruin me. Most Indian is vegetarian though, Stephen. Most of India is. Is the Zeal artifact worth it? Honestly, no. Like, I don't think those live arena artifacts are anywhere near as good as they need to be. I haven't looked at these yet. Maybe alright. I look like the main guy. Do I? Well, I'll take the he's really handsome part. I do have a proper haircut for the first time in like 3 years, right? It's kind of cool. I got it cut before I went. Feels good. Realized that most of my problems were I shouldn't be cutting my own hair because I don't know what I'm doing. But, you know, I kind of just carried it on after COVID. Won't be doing that anymore. I was making myself go bald. What have I got Zeal in here? Let me see if I can find some Zeal. Can't remember exactly what Zeal does, but I think all of the sets are really bad. Zeal. Filter, equipped. Oh, Zeal is good for one purpose. I thought I was mixing it with the Impulse. Impulse is not so good in my opinion because generally with Impulse, I feel like if you wanted the 30% reduction, you just pick Reflex and find the speed. You wouldn't want to, you know, you can't farm this chance to reduce random skill, right? You can't get that anywhere other than the set. So why would you take 10% of that and trade it for basically 7 speed? It's not really worth it. So I think that Reflex is just better than this. If it was 40% with 12% speed, then it would be better than Reflex. It would be well worth it. Zeal is good for one situation and one situation only, where you don't need Ignore Defense. And when those areas I'm talking about is people like Shamael, which ignore 100% defense, or skills that ignore everything to do with defense. That's where Zeal is really good. Otherwise, Zeal will eventually not beat out Savage and Cruel. So it's just because essentially when you lose a little bit of HP, it doesn't do as much damage. So technically Zeal is good in some scenarios, but pretty much Zeal is for those Inquisitor Shamaels, which are 100% ignore defense. You know. So yeah. Will your future game have chickens or tofu? I'm rooting for tofu. Yeah, tofu. Tofu is really good if it's cooked correctly. Can't wait to see you taking all the stuff going on. I'm glad you made it all back to safety. Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, we're gonna have a look at a lot of these new heroes now. We'll have a see. What is you somehow avoided Hitchhiker's Guide? Yeah, I don't know. I've heard a lot about it. I've just never seen it, Dander. I've just never seen it. We haven't actually been to the fusion yet, Alex. So that is a question that I want to ask. I need to do some testing as well tonight. I don't know if we're going to be able to see whether or not Stone Skin always gets reduced in terms of duration, or if it falls the duration reduction 50% as well. So, you know, we will look at the fusion first. Do you know how many remaining points? I don't, Tony, because I'll be honest, I was playing Raid for a little bit, and then I got ill, and then I didn't have any energy left. So I don't think I'm going to be able to get this, which is a shame. I really wanted to get this. I didn't really care about this as much. It would have been nice. I just really wanted to get the soul. I don't know if I've got enough yet. I don't know if anyone else can tell me how much it is, but I don't think it's left. You know, I don't think I got enough. So, did I like America? I didn't hate it. I don't know if Las Vegas is enough of a representation to make a summary judgment on America, right? Because America is so diverse in terms of cultures, in terms of like cuisines, in terms of society and environments, that like Las Vegas for me, Las Vegas feels like one extreme of America. California would be another version of America. Florida would be another version. New Orleans would be another version. New York would be another version, right? I don't think you can make a judgment on America in such a very extreme one location case. But I wouldn't necessarily say I hated Vegas. It's too much action for me personally. Because I'm not a big gambler, that kind of takes away a lot of the shine. But I appreciated the marvel of it, you know, the uniqueness of it. The experience of going to TwitchCon there as well was really cool. It was a much bigger TwitchCon than Amsterdam. It was really cool to go to. So there's loads more I'd want to do in America before I'd be able to say I like or dislike America. These state of survival ads on YouTube are so perverted. Oh, you got one of them. Oh yeah, some of them are. Some of those weird, the way they make a different weird game advert for the game is really weird, yeah. You summon Gnishak. I got Gnishak on that Prism Shard. You remember the one where it was like, I really don't like this song. It's really annoying. Remember the Prism Shards where it was like Gnu, Rotus, Brogni. Instead of Rotus, I got another Gnishak. It's really annoying. One of the Timid multipliers. Let me check. I might just need to clear something out. Sorry, guys. Chat's going really fast. Let me just check. Timid the Fool. It just needs I just need to clear the cache second. One moment. So I just need to update it because it was published before we had all the new information. I should be fixing a bunch of the different issues with multipliers as well. We kind of had a... There were some multipliers which I knew were a little bit difficult to translate, and I didn't have time to fix them before I went away. So people like Acrisia's multipliers are extremely aggressive. So with a bit of luck, they should all be fixed tomorrow-ish. I also need to fix that, which I've just noticed. Let me just add that to my list of things I need to fix. I wanted to make sure that the new update went before we went live, before I went away, just so that it was fully available. If you give it a try now, Jester, just hit Control F5. It should have all the multipliers up. We haven't finished the ratings update yet because that's something I need to do as well. So it's not rated at the moment, but it will be over the next day or two. The ratings should come in and actually show you how good it is. He won't deal damage though. The multipliers are just too low. You know, we're talking a 0.25. Ironically, I don't know why that does not there. It's weird. Yeah, it's not recognizing it as a passive. It's very strange. I need to figure out why some passive skills don't have the swirling thing on them. It's very annoying. It's funny when you look at your code, you're like, oh, what's this? Who did you mod ban? Are you using your power from Greece? Fiction's still in Greece at the moment. Isn't it like midnight over there for you, Fix? We did it with a plane, Turgle. We did it with a plane. It was really good, though. Right, sorry, where was I? Look, there's... Yeah, Del, I did feel like Vegas for more than 3 days would be a lot for a lot of people, so... but, I mean, I didn't feel like I didn't feel like leaving Vegas. I was like, I can't wait to leave Vegas. But at the same time, I was pretty much ready to go home at that point, especially when I was, like, pretty unwell. And, I think, you know... Oh, have I given Simon the sickness now, have I? Oh, no. Poor HH. Stay away from him, Fix. Just do like the... Don't... Oh, gosh. That was one thing I was worried about, was infecting everyone. I think I just did get Conflu 2 days earlier, right? It is a thing. All the Twitch streamers are talking about it right now. If you look on Twitter, they're all like, why is it... Are you feeling a bit unwell? Are you feeling a bit unwell? So, he's been in bed all day. Oh, God. I wasn't that bad. I hope he hasn't missed anything. He's just been watching remotely. Is there a reason why we can't select the aura and why we can't select the recommended active resistance on the team optimizer? So, it should automatically... so, if we go into the team optimizer... Yeah, Conflu is a thing. Raid optimizer. Oh, we didn't. Oh, that's rubbish. I hope he took notes for him. Oh, I actually need to... I think I need to upload my account data again, because I... I loaded all the heroes into my account earlier to make sure everything worked. There we go. So I can see what's going on Team Optimizer. So, with the aura, Koi works. If you put the leader and they have an aura, if that aura matches, there should be a checkbox in the global settings, right? I'll show you here. Right, you should be able to see here, the global settings. If the aura is available and you can use it, you should be able to select include aura and it will include that in the build. And then you should be able to do that. In terms of the stats, let me just check that I didn't overlook something. I should be able to apply it here, yeah? So that should work. So here, for example, it's saying I need 705. It's putting 555 there, see? So I don't know why it said no. Oh, you got COVID, Sweet J. Oof. I wasn't there for the COVID video pulling shards quarantine. To be fair, if he did get it, I was barely around Hell Hades because I was in... They kept asking me where I was and I was in another creator camp somewhere. So if he did get it, he didn't get it from me. He got it from someone else. That's what I'm going to go with. Timid, does he hit 2 times? Yeah, but Timid only attacks once, right? You know? Yeah, get well soon, Sweet JP. I had COVID once, and it was pretty brutal for a week, but I was alright there, you know? Yeah, I did have my own version. I can confirm I was in Vegas. I've got pictures. I just happened to be very busy. So I might have to fix, honestly. Does he? I don't think he does. Timmit. He just gets an extra turn. Doesn't get an extra hit. So you can, you know, technically do A2, and then if you get rid of all the buffs into A3, and that is technically a 0.25 and a 0.27 combined. That's just a double single hit at 0.22, but it's only one hit. Oh, is the internet bad over there? Yeah, we had really good internet in America. That's one thing I will say America has. Very good internet. You know? 2 megabit. Oh. What, 2 megabyte upload? Or 2... Is that 2... Is that our 2 megabyte, or is it like 2 gigabit? It's probably 2 megabytes. So that's pretty bad. It does, but it's also a lot more complex. Like Magnar will hit twice without any setup. That's why Magnar is so popular, because essentially you just don't put burns out. So it's really easy, you know. Hey, Lusa. You pulled Sigmund High Shield. Does Sniper work with his passive? Let me remind myself what his passive does. Sigmund. No. Sniper only works on placing a debuff. Effect in the duration is not placing, so nothing works with that kind of thing. No. Yeah, like this is how bad the internet is in the UK. We were in a hotel in London, Radisson Blu on Heathrow, and we had like 20 meg upload, and it took me 6 hours to upload my YouTube video. And I was able to upload it with like seconds to go before we had to check out. Uploaded a video in America, which has 150 meg, and it finished in like 2 minutes. I was like, this is a joke. What is wrong with our internet in the UK? You talked, you're addicted to it, you Wagner. Yeah, I probably, in defense of the game, I don't think I gave Watch of Realms enough time. Pretty much everyone has said to me that they all agree that the introduction to Watch of Realms is terrible. What are you doing? Go on. Go on. You want this, Joe? Go play that. Oh. Is it going to go play with it? Doesn't know where it went. It's like an episode of Animal Kingdom over here. Oh, I think it's found it. No, it's confused. I need to unconfuse the cat. Hang on. Silly cat. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the other problem I expect. I think you have like this bell curve, right? Where you'll have basically almost like this. Like a... If you think of like a dropout rate, it'll be like a ravine, right? So you basically have lots of people drop out at the start, and I think lots of people are going to drop out at the end. But in the middle bit, it's quite a good game. But once you start completing everything, then I think you start getting a bit bored of it. I think that's what it will be like. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you why they're putting more decreased buff durations, because it's polymorph friendly, and instead of fixing polymorph, they're putting things in without it. So how would you decide if you're doing the fusion? I'll be doing the fusion. I actually... Should we talk about the fusion then? Right, let's talk about the fusion. So what do we got? He attacks one enemy 2 times. Each hit heals this champion by 10%. Fine, pretty average. He is HP based, so he's going to have a high HP pool, right? So that's actually quite a big heal. 20% of 100,000 is a 20k heal on an A1. He also gets 20%. He also gets 10% turn meter fill. Now, I need to double check here. Is that a flat 10%, or is that per hit as well? I think it might be a 10% flat, because it's very unclear. Let's see. Attacks 1 times each turn. Phase 53. It's per hit. It doesn't say it's per hit. Oh, each hit also. Sorry, it does. Look, I'm a little bit jet lagged. I'm a little bit ill. If I do stupid things tonight, don't blame me. I just was a bit confused. I need to read better. So yeah, so you get basically a 20% fill and a 20% heal if there's no buffs. It's pretty good, isn't it? Like, that's pretty good for an A1. You know, you're not going to find a better turn meter filler on an A1 than that. Now, I actually think this A2 is incredibly good. If it actually works like I would think it does. Attacks all enemy, decreases the duration of all enemy buffs by 3 turns. I don't think there is a ability in the game that decreases the duration of all enemy buffs by more than 2. And even then, I don't think there's that many that are 2. Like, we can actually check it. Let me have a little look. I think this might be a 1 in kind. That's the thing I want. So the 2 things I need to check is Stone Skin a 50-50 check for the decreasing of the duration or not? And can you decrease the duration of a protected buff? I'm pretty sure the question to answer to is no. And I did a little bit of testing earlier, and I find it very difficult to test Stone Skin because you've got to find the battles. And there's only a few champs that I got that have good, consistent abilities to do it. But if I look for a decrease buff duration... Sorry, I just need to check something here. So I'm just reading something, 1 sec. I'll be with you now. Right, okay. So I just need to reply to something. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. What was I looking for here? I was looking for decreased buff duration. So I don't know how this is going to look. Let's just throw it over here. It's going to be pretty small. If I hide this. Go back to our little tool we've got here. We can basically pull out everyone who does a decreased buff duration. Let's just say it's also a 100% chance. Can I add that into the visualization here? Chance when booked is greater than 99. So in the game right now, we have about 31 here, of which these are all the ones that are greater than 99. So it's a fair chunk. You know, we've got like Yumiko. How does that decrease? Oh, that's decreased turn meter. Hang on, let me get rid of decreased turn meter. There we go. There we go. So these are all the ones right now that can decrease the duration of a buff on a 100% chance in the game. This is the full list, right? We'll have to check how many it can do. So we got Spider. Let me just get rid of... It's fine, we can just do this. So we got Spider here. I don't know if you guys can really see this. It's a bit small. Zoom in a bit better. Is that... Can everyone see that on my screen here? It's a bit small, I know. Let me just do that as well. Should help. Everyone able to see that? So we got... So Spider can do it. Decrease the duration of 1. We got Skaramis can decrease duration of 1. Ashma does it for 1 turn. What else we got here? We got Andresia for 1. Arbiter can do it for 1 turn. Carlinia. Yes, this is a Zoom call. So we got Carlinia can do only has 1 turn, 1 turn. Is there anyone that does it more than 1 turn? Let's find out. Just need to shrink this text a little bit so we get more text over here. There we go. 1 turn, 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 1. So yeah, this champion is the only champion in the game that can decrease the duration of enemy buffs by more than 1 turn. Okay, it's a pretty big deal. So that's a pretty big deal. Andresias is 2 turns, is it? Let me check. Okay, 2 turns. Yeah, Andresia is the only one that can do it for 2 turns. You're correct. So, apart from Andresia, everyone else is 1 turn. So, in that essence, this is essentially a full buff removal. Because pretty much, I think, apart from a few that I can think of, that maybe gets a 4 turn, or some 3 turns that get the extent, like the lasting gifts to 4 turns. This will remove any non-protected buff. And it's polymorph free. So that's pretty good, I think. You know, obviously he attacks, so that's a bit of a negative. And if you do manage to get rid of all the buffs, you get an extra turn. Now, I do hate the fact they always do this. That they make it that Karja the Rai will make sure that he does it even when they have active buffs. We'll have a look at Karja in a minute. Then we get attacks all enemies. Before attacking, places an increased attack buff on all allies and places a True Fear debuff on all enemies. I'm not a massive fan of True Fear because it's inconsistent 9 times out of 10. The passive is really interesting. Whenever an enemy successfully activates while they are under a Fear or True Fear debuff, he gets 10% turn meter. Kind of cool. Whenever an enemy skill does not activate because they're under a Fear or True Fear, place Provoke. That only requires Karja. 50 axe is not bad. Is he the best fusion in the world? No. In my opinion. Is he the worst fusion of 2023? No. He's better than Jetney. Right now, I'm pretty confident that I rate Jetney as the worst fusion in 2023. Probably followed by Loriaka. He has a use in this polymorph stone skin world where if this can work efficiently against stone skins and it can work efficiently against polymorph and you can build him correctly, this could be quite good. Now, I think Karja makes, like, it's even better when you have Karja with him. Because Karja kind of takes the reviver role, right? You get this revive. This is a really good revive. 50% HP, 50% turn meter, and increased crit rate, and increased crit damage. And if Timit didn't die, then you basically get him activating his kegs, which is this one, that's pretty good. So basically the revive, if Timid is alive, is increased crit rate, increased crit damage, increased accuracy, 50% HP, and 50% turn meter. It's really good. You get a 19% aura. So what I'm looking at is, is it more effective if you have him to run a Kaja Timit instead of a Duchess setup? And that's going to scare a lot of people in chat, but I'm just looking at it as a replacement for Duchess, because Duchess's problem is her revive is really weak. The fact that if Timit is on the team, you can't turn me to reduce Kaja is very powerful. You get a pretty good heal, 10% of their maximum HP. Timit would also then get healing himself as well. And then we get 20% fill, removes 2 debuffs from each ally, or removes all debuffs and a block buff. So if you have it with Timit, you get an all buff removal, plus block debuffs, plus a good revive, plus turn meter immunity. It's alright. It's just sheer luck summons, probably. So, well, the buffs on revive basically make it so, like, you ignore the increased crit rate and you just take the crit damage, right? You just take some damage, so. I agree. And they did this with Jetney a little bit, right? Because Jetney had a similar problem where on her own, she just does decreased defense, right? And you required accuracy, right? So it's kind of like she needed Alsgore to make it worthwhile, because essentially, if I remember correctly, this is the damage nuke. This is the ability you want to use, but without Alsgore, you can't use these buffs, right? So the way that it works a lot better when you have Alsgore, because you basically do the A3, and then if they're not dead, you go here, right? Because this will kill one person, then you follow up with the second kill. So when Alsgore was in the team, she became a lot more powerful. Then it became a much more worthwhile hero. But on her own, she's just a glorified war maiden. And Alsgore himself was pretty good, right? Block damage. We got this removing all buffs into a continuous heal. He got a lot from Jetney the Giant also. So it's another one of those pairings where the base champion you get is not as good without the ally, and the ally is quite good, but even better with the base ally. It does require accuracy, yeah. It will require accuracy. So she might be a guaranteed champion in the champion training, yeah. So it won't be the event. It'll probably be a champion training win, you know? So I don't think it works against protected debuffs. The problem is trying to find, like, if I had a test server, I would just go and ask one of the test server people, put someone up in protection set in Stone Skin so I can go test it. But I don't have protection. I don't have test server access. So we'll have to wait to see either if I can get the hero to test it, or if I can find people with the right setup that I can get lucky. Because trying to find someone with protection sets and other things is really hard. Like, what I can look for here is a Cardiel. So what we could do here is go up like this. Because we can use Strategos Islin to test some stuff, because this has a 100% chance of decreasing the duration of all enemy buffs by 1 turn, right? And he's got pretty decent accuracy. Not the best, but, like, I can do this just to make sure he gets enough, right? So let's try this. Let's do that. That should work. Let's try this, right? Let's try this. Or not, because apparently I'm not allowed to play the game. Great test. Awesome test. I mean, I won, but awesome tests. Scratch tested. It doesn't strip protected buffs. Okay. I didn't think it would. The Stone Skin one I'm not sure about. whether or not it will strip the stone skin out. Oh, watch that do. That's great. Great. Weak. I'll have all that back. Put that back on there. I gotta kill you off. Get rid of the Rotus before he starts scaling out of control. Somehow we resisted that against the Rotus. That's always handy. Rotus gonna one-shot someone. Rotus, go to sleep. Alright. Hey, Wraith. You can still get 280, so I could I? Okay. Oh, I made a mistake there. Oh, come on. I'm alright, I'm alright. It's a one-man mission. Can we kill the Rotus before he kills me? No, I can't kill him, otherwise he'll revive. Oof. Is he gonna take a turn? No. We did it. We did it. We survived it. It's close. It's a close one. I would run Phantom Touch on him, Adam, and just go for... Until you get to 6-star, Phantom Touch is probably just the best raw damage you can put on him. It's a bit of a risk that he doesn't block revive on it, but... Yeah, you could run Cruelty if you want, but I just don't think it's worth it. Supreme Garlic would go harder than Frenzy the Cackler, right? Because if you look at Frenzy... What is he? He's like Skinwalker, right? He's going to... Each hit has a 100% chance of placing a burn for 2 turns. And then this is going to... which does he activate? Only activates once, right? Whereas in terms of Supreme Garlic, he's going to have a 75% chance of activating a burn every single time he does A2. 4 times. So he's got 4 activations. He's gonna go crazy. Garlic's way better. Yeah, but you really need to be 6-star on Crushing Rend because he hasn't got enough raw damage to one-shot everything. And keep in mind, Wraith, it only applies to the first hit. So the second hit is not going to get Crushing Rend. So unless you're 6-star, Crushing Rend is really difficult, I think. So yeah, what's my verdict on Timid? I wouldn't say he's worth skipping purely because... This is unique. And my #1 rule with every single fusion is never skip uniqueness. I did the panda because the panda is unique. Is it garlic or garlic? Well, I say it like the Daleks from Doctor Who cool, right? So if it's Dalek, it's garlic. That's the way I do it. We haven't discussed Neldor. No, he'd probably be next on list actually. So I would get him purely because this is unique. If you can do it. He's really good for that. So people are telling me I can still get to this. I need 125 points. I did the Fire Knight tournament entirely. I've got to this point on Dungeon Diver so far. I don't think I've got to the points on Spider yet. I will get these points up here. Luckily, I don't need to do this, but I can if I want to. So I haven't done any of this. The only thing is I don't know if I can do this. I can't. I can get 60 points from here. I can't get the 120. So whoever said I can do it, can I still do it if I don't have the 120? I didn't do the 120. It's just a rough part. It's rough, yeah. So I've got 60 available here. We'll have 100 there, so that's 160. 50 there, so 210. I can't get the 120. Your name is green because you're a subscriber. You're a membership. 13 hours. Yeah, I haven't got time. 13 hours, see? So I can do one more today, reset, to get the 60. I just can't get the 120. No sneeze, no anything. I feel rough. My lips are finally healed from the dry air and the aircon. I had like awful cracked lip at the top. It was terrible. Oh, did Dandabe do another gift shout out? Thanks, Dandabe. I missed that. So there's still 330 plus the 250 available. I don't count those that started today. Okay, so I'm good. That's fine. I don't care about the rest of the rewards, to be honest. All I really want is this. You know, that's whatever. That's whatever. These would have been nice, but it's not the end of the world. It's like one legendary book and Eternal Soulstone is not going to be the end of it. This is not the end of it. I don't care about that. It was always going to be this. I just want the soul. Yeah, I bought some when I was out there, Grat. So, yeah, so I'll go for it purely because it's a unique fusion, but I would understand if people didn't want to go for it. Outside of Arena, this doesn't have much use at the moment. It's a very limited skill set without all that. Kaj has a unique passive to do with... If Tim the Fool's the champion is immune to turn meter, if an enemy tries to decrease the champion's turn meter when Tim the Fool's on the same team, fills the champion by the same percentage instead. That could be quite strong. This will get you a lot of turn meter control, yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot. So... yeah, so those two champions are in. Let's talk about Nelda. Mr... I don't know, like he's going to some sort of... it's like he's auditioning for Genshin Impact over here. Look at him. He's trying to make people all... with his big fancy sword. Needs to put a shirt on, basically. Looks cool, though. What is cool about him? Let's see. Attacks 3 times at random. So for boss scenario, hits 3 times. Each hit has a 40% chance of placing freeze. Okay, so probability that we land 1 freeze on that is a 0.7 times 0.7 times... oh, damn, I can't do math. So we're looking at, what's that? 65% chance to get 1 freeze on an A1. It's not bad. You know, we'll take that. %65 is pretty good. What else we got? Attacks 4 times. It's pretty good for normal finite, let alone finite. You know, pretty good. The first hit and the second hit has a 50% chance of placing 50% decrease attack. Okay, I guess it's just double hitting for affinity issues. And then the third and the fourth has decreased accuracy. Now, finite hard, you never use this ability. There's just no value to it. Attacks all enemies 2 times. Each hit has a 50% chance of placing a 30% decreased speed. Heals this champion by 30% of the damage dealt. Books up to 75% chance on a 4-turn cooldown. Okay. Whenever an ally places a freeze debuff, this champion has a 30% chance to join the attack. That is strong. It's 78% when booked. Oh yeah, I did it wrong. Sorry. You're correct. I did it wrong. That's jet lag, slightly ill. Saf, not doing math properly. What can I say? Yeah, sorry. So it should be 78.4% chance. 78.4, yeah. Well, not with Sniper. With Fearsome Presence, you would be... was it 5.5 instead of 6, so... With Fearsome Presence, you'd be looking at 83.3%. I generally find, though, the sacrifice of War Master for Fearsome Presence doesn't really pay off most of the time. Most of the time, it doesn't work. Now, I will say the passive is nice, but I fear it's too risky for consistency. You're not guaranteeing the freezes. You're not even guaranteed that he's going to join the attack. I don't think it's good enough. Considering, like, you're sacrificing freeze on other abilities, you're also sacrificing a speed aura from, like, someone like Creed in the blue. Like, Gory does freeze 3 times on a 3-turn cooldown 100% of the time, right? So you're getting 45% turn rate reduction every 3 turns. This guy can't even guarantee that he's going to freeze on an A1. It's a bit of a problem. I don't necessarily think, like... Does this roll... I wonder if it rolls per freeze attempt, or does it roll on a per skill? That would be a very important question. Let's have a look. How does the freeze actually activate? Just having a look at the skill now. Oh, Lord above. It's got an essay for conditions. Okay. Can unique apply for turn? So it can only work once per turn. Applies effectively. There is process skill and skill cover further that causes skill that starts counter attack. It can't trigger off counter attack, or team attack, or passive counter attack. So he can't trigger that activation from another person's ally attack placing freeze. It says can uniquely apply for turn. I don't know whether that means it has a 1-turn cooldown or whether it simply means you can't. It makes me wonder if that only works once, rolls once. I still haven't got Creedon Titan. I feel like I can't do a Creedon versus Gory debate without actually running it in a team. So until I can get Creedon, I can't really do the test, which is really frustrating. Well, can unique apply for turn is something they use often to lock it down to 1 roll. So I think it only rolls once per turn. It rolls at phase 53, so that phase would be... Let's have a look. 53, or 43, sorry. After the effect is applied on the target. So after freeze is applied on a target, it rolls the chance with all of those conditions. So it really depends on whether or not can unique apply for turn means it can only... Yes. Right. So I see what it's saying. Can you unique apply for 1 turn means it can only happen once per skill of the opponent using it. So for example, if Gnut comes in and he uses A3, he has 3 freezes. So what it's saying is I can only do this if I've not done it once already during Gnut's attack. So if the first freeze that Gnut rolls, and it rolls the freeze, and this doesn't activate, then it can still re-roll it on the second freeze, but it can't re-roll it on the second freeze if it activated on the first freeze. So you only ever get this activation once per ally skill usage. It will never queue up like 2 attempts. So it's once per ally usage, not once per round. So it doesn't put it on cooldown. It just means that you can't get like back-to-back chaining within the same skill of an ally. You can't get 2 counterattacks from Gnut's 1A3. So I think that's what it means. So with ally attack, if you have multiple champs with A1 freezes, you could activate. No, you can't activate the passive when someone else places freeze from an ally attack. So the freeze has to be placed by an ally using this skill for their own turn, and he can't activate this passive if the passive is already activated during the process of that one skill. So, for example, if you attacked with Longbeard's A1, if you ally attack with Longbeard, then this passive will never activate, because it cannot activate off Gnut's A1 or Yakarl's A1, because they're attacking using an ally attack, not their own attacks. When Gnut then comes in and uses his A1, he can counterattack. You can use this passive on any of the possible freezes, but the moment the freeze activates, and this activates, he then can't do it on any subsequent freeze attempts within Gnut's A1 ability. So Gnut can only make him attack here once, but it does allow him to roll multiple times. So it basically means you're essentially getting a 30% chance times 3, right? So it would mean that he has, when say Gnut counterattack, when Gnut attacks with A1, he should have a 65% chance of the passive working. So 65.7% chance when Gnut A1s, if all 3 of his freezes lands, that this will happen. Which is pretty good. It's just not good enough. Right? Because you can't depend on it to work, and if you can't depend on it, it won't happen. And if it won't happen, you'll lose. Exactly, name. If it ain't 100%, it's just not good enough. Unfortunately, for Finite Hard. It's the one example where 100% is essential. So but it's certainly the type of kit that we'd want to see for Finite Hard. Normal content, AoE decreased speed and epic champion's not bad. This is a little bit quirky, but I mean, it does help for affinity issues. Overall, not a bad champion. Not bad. The answer is pull an extra Gnut, yeah. You do lose a lot of turn meter bonuses from the Creodon if you run him, right? So that's the other thing. Now, I've heard a lot of people telling me this champion's OP. I'll be honest, I don't think this mythic champion is all that crazy. I'm ready for you all to tell me I'm stupid and I'm silly, but I'm putting it in the context of a mythic champion. Does it breach a role that any other hero has, and what the issues and limitations of the metamorphin is, right? So when we're looking at a mythical champion, you always kind of have to pick a form, right? You have to pick a form. You can't pick her like every other mythical champion to do both forms at the same time, because it'll never work. And the reality is you'll never end up using the other form. You stick to the form you need to use. So in her base form, she's a lockout with a decreased resistance and block buffs, and a decreased turn meter by 20%, and an extender. This is kind of okay, but it's not crazy, right? It's basically Mithrala passive, but it's not crazy. You get 80 res in all battles. So the reason why I say this is not crazy is you're not dropping Warlord for her. Right? So if you're not dropping the Warlord, she doesn't fit that role. So therefore, this is useless. And you're not then going to put her in Arena for this. Now, this is really good for Hydra on a 3-turn cooldown, but I would still suggest that maybe Ugo is better than this on a 3-turn cooldown, because you get decreased defense, you get a heal, you get a cleanse, you get a leech, right? I wouldn't drop my Ugo for Crixia just because it's got a 3-turn block buffs. I'd stick with my Ugo. Or I'd pick a Void block buffs, right? So, you know, this is not... So, in the absence of a Warlord, she's good. But she's Void. She's not Void, so she's got affinity issues. She only locks it out for 3 turns. And more importantly, you can't reset her. So, therefore, you can't reset this ability. It's locked. Yeah, this doesn't get reduced in terms of cooldown. So you can't actually make her get back around. You can't repeat the skill. I can't test her. I don't have access to a test server. Now, some people have said to me, oh, but she counters lockout. True. But I'm not dropping Yumiko for this. Now, you might go, oh, well, you can go second. Okay. But most people that I know who bring a lockout, you're still going to lose, right? Because they've got agency in the fight. So what are you resetting? Dead allies? So yes, you can technically counter Warlord, right? You can basically finally get your turn, metamorph, and then you can reset your heroes. But it's only 3 turns. So if you've got a 4-turn cooldown, or 5-turn cooldown, you haven't got that back, right? And if the allies have already been killed, then that's not much use. This isn't better than Yumiko. Right? So Yumiko would just be better here than this. Because Yumiko does it 3 turns. But Yumiko will do 3-turn lockout as well. So I don't think she's crazy. I don't think she replaces Warlord. I don't think she replaces Yumiko. Now, in this form, you get a block buffs and an increase of resistance and a 20% turn meter fill. I don't think that's better than Oella. Because Oella does a 30% turn meter fill with increased resistance, a buff extension in the same kit, and has an equally as good an aura. Okay, it's not all battles. But I would not drop my Oella for it because I get the buff extension, so I keep it on longer. The A ones I'm largely ignoring because they're mostly filler skills. They don't really seem to do much. This is okay. You get a bit of speed. So what are we getting here? So if we get basically 50 more speed. Not bad. I'm not saying she's a bad mythic. I'm just saying she's not gonna like break the game. It's not gonna replace your Warlord. It's not gonna replace your Yumikos. So for the top end arena meta, it changes nothing. She's not gonna change it. You might find some people use her as a counter to Warlord, but I would imagine most teams will just adapt if they see her to just basically bring a DPS champion with a little bit more agency, so you're dead by the time you get to actually metamorph, right? So, yeah, sure, you can reset your champion skills, but if the champions are already dead, you can't do anything. And she isn't going to revive. She isn't going to reset the cooldown of a lot of revive champions, so you've got to take 2 extra turns to get there. So she's not bad at all. I just don't think she replaces anything. Whereas I personally think the best mythic right now is Garl, because there is no champion that hits harder in the game when this is set up properly. And this A1 is a massive, nasty thing. It's very difficult to deal with a transformed Garl. And I also think that a scaled Frolny, when built correctly, in this form is also very difficult to kill as a protector. Now, I don't think any of them change the game meta, but I've seen a lot of hot takes that this is going to change the arena meta. It's going to change jack shit. Like, it's going to change nothing. Because you can't really, like, some people said, oh, well, you can just jump between the two. This has got a 4-turn cooldown. You can't change them, right? And what you'll see here is you won't drop Yumiko because Yumiko can be reset. This can't. So it's a 5-turn cooldown that reduces it by 3 turns. I can just bring Yumiko and with a Kaimar reset the Yumiko so the Yumiko can go again. Or build a resistance Kaimar to counter the Warlord so that I can reset my heroes, right? She doesn't really solve that much of a problem. In my opinion. Considering she's a mythic champion, I don't really feel like she solves much of a problem. Because the problem is technically already solved. Yeah, I've checked the game code. It's the first thing I checked, G-Man. I was like, is it like Yumiko? Or is it not? And that was the first thing I checked. And I was like, it can't be reset. So if it can't be reset, it's already worse than Yumiko. And it's already on par with Yumiko, right? If we look at Yumiko's ability here, keeping in mind that Yumiko's people have got +4 Yumikos, right? This reduces all skills by 3 turns, increases the cooldowns by 3 turns, and it's on a 5-turn cooldown. So it's basically the same ability. Okay, it is the same ability as this alternate form, except it removes all debuffs. Fine. There's no debuffs in Arena, so it doesn't matter. I think it's if you don't have the Warlord or the Yumiko, it's a really good pull, right? Is Yumiko likely to get fixed though? It depends on how hard they abuse it in Hydra. I've seen some pretty nasty abuses with the new Trunder team. If that is super abused again and it creates a lot of problems, I think yes, that would be next on the list. She doesn't need testing. I can tell you right now that she'll never get plat play, because why would you drop your Warlord or Yumiko that just does it better? And in terms of the counter to Warlord, yes, she will be used by some people who don't have a Yumiko, but you know, I don't think it's as like some people said it's the craziest kit they've ever seen on a champion. It's not. She's a good kit. She's useful. I think if you pull her in the if you pull her early, she's very good. If you pull her in the mid to late game, she'll have good uses in your team. But for a lot of players, they'll have already put solutions in place that this champion isn't that much better than, right? I don't really need decreased resistance on an enemy, and I do need block buffs. But there are other good block buff champions out there, so I think she's okay. I just don't think she's crazy. She's not better than Yumiko. She's not better than Yumiko. I can't imagine anyone will drop Yumiko for this. I can't see it happening. Because people have got better Yumiko kits. Okay, you get 5 base speed difference. I can't see anyone is going to drop Yumiko for her. You wouldn't a heartbeat. She's void. This one's not void. If you weak hit, you don't do it. I suppose it doesn't matter if you're an alternate form. I mean, if you're using it as a Warlord counter, then I can kind of see it, because you're not attacking, so it's pretty safe. And this is not bad at all. Maybe, I don't know. No, but I understand how plat works. I can't imagine any plat player will drop the Yumiko for Night Queen or Crixia. The CD increasing one. Yeah, this can weak hit. This won't work if you weak hit. This won't drop cooldown if you weak hit. Deathly Apparition, because she can weak hit. There's plenty of heroes that are force, like Pythian, Ultimate Death Knight. There's plenty that can weak hit this. You know? Yeah, that is a thing. So, Pythian's force. So, like, if we look at arena meta right now, I hate you can't see the affinity sale. Let's just go in here a second. Uko can't lock out. Ultimate Death Knight, it's not really a problem, but you can't lock him out. He's more of a bot than anything else. There's a lot of void elements up here, so it's not so much of an issue. You know, if you were facing a Candrathon, it wouldn't work. Definitely for Plat Arena is less of a problem, because like it's mostly void up here, right? It's not really an issue. But for Live Arena, where you start getting a little bit more exotic, you know, Pythians will not work against. Candrathons will not work against. Lady Mikage apparently will not work against. Boris rocking his Lady Mikage. Frolny rocking in. We've seen some primals. It's a bit early really to be looking at this kind of tier list, but it's just a good way to see the examples. It's mainly the Pythian that would worry me, because Pythian can revive. Harima wouldn't work against Harima. Spirit is weak against magic. Is my brain breaking again? I always mess up affinity. Why do I always mess up affinity? Spirit is weak against magic. Yes. I'm wrong. Good lord. My jet lag brain. Okay. Magic heroes. So Rotus. Recharge the brain. So Rotus would be the obvious culprit. And if you can't lock out a Rotus, you're in deep, deep doo-doo. Rotus is mainly the main one. Yeah, a lot of magic dealers are kind of fallen off now. Morrigan, that's really kind of rare. You don't see that often. Now, the one thing I would say it does not lock out is Trunders. If they were to be used. I don't know how often they're being used these days. Arix, if you fight that nasty weird flex, it can be a problem. You know, Kaimar. You know, as I said, I think is an A tier champion, potentially S tier, but it's not what I would categorize as the craziest kit that I've ever seen, right? I still think Yumako's A2 is the most powerful part of Yumako's kit. The fact she just disables most content. Yeah, it's true, Web. You're right. It would be, you know, would be fairly. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to arena, you want to be consistent, right? So any opportunity you can to mitigate risk, you will do. So the fact that you're introducing risk is a problem, because although he can technically get lots of A1s, it's not guaranteed. Whereas if you don't lock him out, he's guaranteed to get an extra turn when he one-shots you with the A3. So there is a difference there. Test her without publishing. I cannot test her. I do not have a test server. I can give an opinion based on my experience of 4 years playing the game and how the arena meta works and how different champions are used in different ways. And it's a pretty accurate opinion to say you're not going to drop a champion that guarantees a drop of all skills to their maximum that is a void legendary in Warlord for a champion that only does it by 3 turns. I could tell you with a certainty, nobody is going to drop Warlord. The only thing that I would say is potentially a use for her is a counter to Warlord, because you can't lock out the skills that are not active. So you can lock out A1, A2, A3 here. You can't lock out the Metamorph, so you can then transfer over and then reset your ally skills. But that assumes your allies are still alive after the fact that you haven't been able to do anything. And that though they're ready to take a turn, because I know once they've got agency, like if Sify gets a turn, you're 10% turn meter behind. If Kimmy gets a turn, you're 15% turn meter behind. If Arbiter gets a turn, you're 30% turn meter behind, right? So it assumes that you're actually going to be able to take a turn. If Kaimar and Warlord gets a turn, it's GG. No, I can't. I'm not allowed on the test server at all. I can't. There is physically no way that I'm allowed to get in. So, no, she resists it. I mean, this isn't enough accuracy, Stiko. She won't have enough resistance to resist it. Because, yes, she'll have 80 aura if you put her in the aura, and then maybe you can give her, like, 600 resistance, Stiko. But even then, you're not beating some of the Yumakos that I've seen, right? Some of the high-end ones are just awful. You know, so... yeah, I mean, people have dropped Warlord because he attacks. And also because Warlord is Orc, which means that he gets feared by... Taras, so he's almost forced to run a Stone Skin Warlord to remove the fear. So Yumiko is by far better than Warlord in that scenario, which is why Yumiko is more valuable and popular these days. Would you replace this champion? Maybe. I don't know. She's a Counter-Slick superpowers? Maybe. That's a fair way of looking at it. She doesn't have decreased speed, though. A2 is where Counter-Slicks goes Super Saiyan, because she does so much turn meter reduction, right? Yeah, I think what I'm trying to say is, I heard a lot of people getting really excited that this isn't a crazy champion, it's going to break the game, and it's going to be really powerful. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't think it's as crazy as everyone's telling me. I think it's a good champion. It's one of the better mythical champions we've had, right? This is a champion that I can see having an impact on people's accounts, because most people don't have the Warlord Yumiko. I'm looking at the top-end edge case. Is this going to become a Krizia tier, a Gnut tier, a Taras tier, a Marichka tier? No. It's not that powerful. It's a good kit. Probably has lots of good usage. It's not going to break the game. What else have we got then? Let's move on to a different hero. Champion. Hero champions. They're all the same name to me. Krokmar. The Gator. Look at him. Looks cool, right? Do, 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 do. Looks cool, right? So, attacks one enemy, attacks all enemies one time if this attack is first critical. So I've checked the code for this A1. Yeah, here's Renekton, right? From League of Legends. The way that this meat splitter is going to work is you attack one enemy, then all the enemies, including the one enemy you've attacked, will attack if he was critical. So one enemy gets attacked twice here. But his damage otherwise would be quite low. Because he's HP based, right? So because he's HP based, his multipliers are a little bit, as they say, a bit crock. It's a 0.18 AoE multiplier. Which, if you keep in mind that Timid is a 0.24 or 0.27, and Magnar is a 0.22. So it is, on a single target, pretty hefty, but for an AoE, pretty average. It's a little bit like, what's his face? The monkey, what's his name? Not Bambus, that's the panda. The Smash monkey, what's his name? Samson, that's Samson, right? This thing here, the extra hit is almost essential. But without that extra hit, this first hit kills nothing. And this is going to be the same with the Krokmar. The one person he hits will probably die. The AoE is not enough to kill anyone. So that's cool. Attacks all enemies, places a shield on this champion for 2 turns. It's HP based, equal to 20% of the damage inflicted. Also heals by 10% for each critical hit. So it's a big heal because it's an AoE. So we've got 2 AoE. We've technically got 2 AoEs. That's not so bad. This is a 0.3 multiplier, so this is much better. Much better. 20% book, 0.3 with a 22k base HP. This is a pretty strong hit. But again, it needs to be like 0.4 to be anywhere near enough to do an AoE damage nuke. So it's still 25% too weak, in my opinion, for anything that would be considered realistic damage potential in an arena setting. This is kind of cool as well. You get this guaranteed on all allies on a, what is it, a 4-turn cooldown. So it's a 3-4 duration. So that's pretty good. Lasting gifts will make it 100%. And the passive then is what makes him interesting. Whenever he attacks, decreases the target's attack or defense by 5%, as well as the Axia resistance by 5%, whichever stat is highest. Now, I do wonder if these stats are close, if it alternates. So if you've got like 200 Axia and 200 resistance, and you drop the Axia by 5%, does it then go and drop the resistance by 5%? So actually, you get both. That would be interesting. Let me just check the code to see if it does that. It would only work if they're close, you know? I think it's based on base. Yeah, it's based on base, so no, it won't work. So it's based on the value at the start of battle, not in battle. So it'll basically, if it's an attack-based champion, it's going to drop by 5%. If you've got more Axia and resistance, it'll drop that. So it's not going to alternate. What's Tarras's multipliers? Tarras's multiplier is a 0.7 on the A2. And I think the A3 for Tarras is a bit more complicated because it's based on buffs. But Tarras, the Fierce's A3 is 0.26. That's why you can tank a hit from Tarras without any buffs. But the moment he gets 1 or 2 buffs, it grows exponentially because each one is 15% bonus, right? So, you know, some people like to do multiplication effects with the multiplier. But essentially, every single time a buff it gets added, you're adding, what is it, like about a 0.3 multiplier to it. So, you know, one buff is about 0.029. Another one will be something like 0.32. So like 5 buffs, for example, gets you over the 0.4 marker. So it's a lot. This is really nice, this passive. I don't think he does an awful lot else, but this passive could be quite powerful. In the right settings, right? It's pretty good throwing it against bosses to reduce incoming damage. Especially, I feel like he's going to be good for like the higher end content. Your Sand Devils, your Iron Twins, your Shoguns, your Hydras, the high end of Doom Tower, right? The places where attack and defense numbers are a lot higher, the places where accuracy and resistance requirements are a lot higher, I think that's where this is going to be really valuable. He doesn't bring an awful lot to his kit. That's the only downside. He's basically bringing a self-shield, some ally buffs, and then a double attack. It's a bit basic for a legendary. So, how does it work? The passive. Well, the passive will basically go, when you start battle, if accuracy is greater than resistance, when I attack, decrease the accuracy by 5% until I've reached 30% destruction. If I enter battle and the target's attack is greater than the target's defense, then I'll do the attack. Is the A1 considered a single hit? Tell you now. The first hit is a single target, the second hit is AoE. As you'd expect. Because it's a single target into AoE, the only condition sits on the single target, therefore the AoE is not conditional on each target, therefore the AoE is AoE. The AoE, when it's a coded single target, is when the condition for it to attack is dependent on the target. So, for example, attacks all enemies who have HP burn. That has to be coded single target, even though it's going to attack all enemies, because it has to check each individual target for the presence of HP burn, whether it will attack. Yes, exactly, Dirty. So it's the stat I checked is based on the number at the start of battle. So it's not dynamic. So when you enter the battle and you attack a target, if that target's attack was higher than its defense at the start of battle, it'll pick the attack to reduce, not the defense. Which is kind of annoying, but that's the reality of this. Yeah, you can only get a mythical by primal. So yeah, passive looks like it could be quite powerful. Good base HP, decent base speed. I just think there's not a lot else to really talk about, really, is it? It's a pretty straightforward kit. Could be quite strong. Now, someone wanted to talk about Bellatar. This guy, I can't even see his axe. Look at that axe. Kind of impressive, really. Flaming axe. He's a reviver, right? Attacks when enemy has a 30% chance of decreasing the cooldown of a random skill of the ally with the highest turn meter, except him. Oh, who wants to deal with that? That's awful. I hate these A1s that randomly do something to one random thing in the one random scenario, because it makes it so that a lot of the content you would use it where you need like strict control of when things happen, it gets disqualified. Basically forces him to Hydra only, because in most teams, if he uses A1 and he puts the wrong thing on the wrong, he reduces the cooldown of the wrong skill at the wrong time, it kind of ruins it. So, so my idea was to get this guy in retaliation and counterattack Hydra. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm thinking as well. Yeah. Short in like random, where randomness doesn't matter, which is Hydra mostly, or some Doom Tower clearing waves. This will be fine. You get double buffs, which is great. Attack on a 3-turn cooldown, increased attack, increased defense. Perfect. That's what would be. This is a type of champion that I would say is a good Mithrala substitute, right? It's very hard to replace Mithrala in Hydra because you get Hex, increased attack, increased defense, cleanse, strengthen, and shield. Where he's going to basically give you the increased attack, increased defense, a heal, and a good revive. And then this passive is not bad either. So if you need to revive them, there's a good chance you can reset a bunch of their skills. So, but outside of that, he's a bit basic. I feel like this guy is very basic for a Void Legendary. Do you feel? Thanks, Greta. I'm back. Glad to be back. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling, Mark. This feels a little bit like You know, the revive isn't, like, crazy good. It's a good revive, but it ain't crazy good. The A2, you know, there's an epic that does this. And the A1 being only a 50% chance for a Void Legendary. I'd want this to be, has a 100% chance of decreasing the cooldown of a random skill of an ally with the highest turn meter by 1 turn. I want it 100% all the time. All the time. Like, for a Void Legendary, I'd expect this to... Like, it's not like it's reducing all of my ally skills by its full cooldown, right? It's reducing one skill on one random ally for 1 turn. And it's not even 100%. That's just a little bit like, I don't know. Let's see, Bellatar. Attacks to 22 HP. 22. Multiply is a bit trash. 0.22. His revive is AoE Godseeker. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I know. Yes, what you have to do sometimes, Laz, is completely close player in play if you've got tournament page issues. Close raid, close player in play if you're on player in play, and reload it. Like, you have to force quit the game and its client to get it to work. I've had problems in the past. So... yeah, I think if this has a 50% chance of decreasing all of an ally's skills cooldowns by 1 turn. Or if that was his A1, I'd be better. I'd feel better. But the fact your ally has to die in order for you to get advantage of one of his kit is always a bit negative to me. Right? There's lots of champions in the game that die and then give you something. Or they die and they get something. It's good for Wukong, actually. He has a really good point next card. Very strong with Wukong Marichka. I agree. Would fit quite nicely in a Marichka team over a Duchess or a Sify, right? Could be quite good. You're not wrong, DK Snakes. You're not a noob. You're just like me, and you're sitting there going, how did one champion have so much in one kit? It's actually nuts how much Mithrala carries in one kit. It's really difficult to replace her because of that in most of the time. This is not only on his revive. Yeah, it's whenever they are revived. I'm pretty sure. I'll double check the math now just to make sure. The code, sorry. Yeah, so 44 phase. Yeah, so after they've been revived, it rolls the dice. Yeah, so any revive, any form of revive that works without a cooldown. So if you're pairing it with other revives, yeah, it's pretty good. Do you keep any 5-star gear? Only in sets that I'm trying to build a collection on Haxo. So like Cursed, sometimes Reflex. Definitely the accessory sets at the moment coming from Hydra Clash because I haven't got many of them. But if and like, for example, the refresh accessories because it's so hard to get. I think 50% to completely decrease all of their skills cooldowns just is a little bit too strong. I'm quite happy with the passive as it is. See you later, brother. Wait, books to 70%. It's a 70% chance. It's pretty good. It's good. I just think the rest of his kit's a little bit average, you know? A 3-turn increase attack and increase defense buff. Epics can do that. His A1 is where it's rough. The 50% of the A1 Duchy, I agree. It is really bad. I feel like the A1 should be a 100% chance of decreasing the cooldown of a random skill by 1 turn. at a minimum for a Void Legendary. Right? At an absolute minimum. And if you are going to put it at a 50% chance, I'd want it to be a 50% chance to reduce all of their skills by 1 turn. So... But yeah, it's passive with someone like Wukong or something like that. Yeah, it's really interesting to see how it would work. Is that all of them, or have I missed one of them? There's so many random champions. I'm surprised they didn't do a traditional fusion. I think that's all of them, isn't it? Oh, we did get the uncommons. Mr. Green. I mean, they do stuff. This could hit hard. Extra hit. Oh, yeah, the Undead Void Epic. We'll have a look at that one now. What figure will you get hit? I mean, if she's a training tournament, I might. But, yeah, I don't know. Have I compared it to Romantu's A1? Let's have a look. What's he in? Is he Lizardman? Yeah, I always mix him. Has a 75% chance, so 100% chance of increasing the target's cooldown at random by 1 turn. If the cooldown is successful, will also decrease the cooldown of 1 random skill of an ally with the highest turn meter. So yeah, that's what I'd expect from a Void Legendary. That if something happens, it happens 100% of the time. Every time. I'm not skipping the fusion, no. My #1 rule comes into effect with the fusion. If the fusion does something that no other champion can do, you don't skip it just in case you need it. So yeah, this is way stronger. That's what I'd expect it to do. It should almost reduce the cooldown of 1 random ally's abilities every single time at A1. That's what it should do. This Glen Spit A1 could hit hard. Places an extra hit if the target is under weakened debuff. So he's got a decent base attack of 1189. It's decent. It's a 3.7 times attack. So it would become a 7.2 times attack. It's quite good. What does he do that no one else does? He's the only champion in the game that can reduce buff durations by 3 turns. No one else in the game can do it that much. So we don't know what this future content piece is going to contain. Could be very important. Especially as people have been pointing out the amount of heroes, the amount of champions they've been adding with decreased buff duration has been pretty relevant lately. And they did this with Provoke, and then they made Provoke a key feature of Hydra. They released like 3 or 4 fusions with Provoke. So that's just a point of order. Yeah, it's not bad, Zandine. I'm just saying it's weak for a Void Legendary. I expect Void Legendaries to do things consistently, not 50% of the time, you know? You just pulled your Void Legendary. It was Ileal. Other than Arena, is he usable anywhere else? Feels bad as a first Void Legendary. He is pretty bad. Honestly, I would just put him in the vault for now. I would imagine he's going to be right up there on the list of reworked Voids. Hypnosis. I mean, he's good as an AoE nuker if you don't have anyone better, right? If you have like really poor AoE nukers, he's not bad. He's just not anywhere near the nuker that you require. He just needs to decrease defense to do damage. But he is likely to be reworked. Surely will be. He's just too weak. But yeah, this A1 is 7.2 times multiplier with a 1189 attack. Now, if we put it into context, okay, it's an uncommon. We can't empower it. You know, those things are a factor. I want to compare it to a Brogni, right? Because he's got a 782 attack. This A2 is a 6 times multiplier. So if we can scale this appropriately, it could hit pretty hard in a single target environment. I was saying Ailil is probably up there on the list in terms of champions to rework because he just doesn't do enough damage. And he does place his own weekends, all right. I mean, these are filler champions, right? So they're okay. There's no point really doing an in-depth review on them because most people here are already beyond the uncommons, right? Honestly, this picture makes him look like a lizard. But I guess he's like an Egyptian archetype. I like this champion, by the way. I think this champion, out of all of them, is the best champion. Personally. Yeah, Glenn Spit, that's what I was thinking, Stephen. How good is his A1? That's what I was thinking. With that Epic Night Rouse with the insane multipliers with the extra hit. Which Epic Night Rouse? Which one? Are you thinking of Franox, Zandina? Yeah, Franox multiplies 9.2. Franox's multiplier when attacking is 9.2. So if put into context, this here. This is a 9.2 multiplier. It hits hard. I think this is the best champion of the bunch, this. We get an attacks one enemy, 100% chance of transferring one random debuff from the champion to the target. Really powerful in the right setup. It's okay, it's only one, but it's still pretty good. Heals the ally with the lowest HP by 10% of this champion's max HP. Fine. Not so good. Attacks all enemies. If there are 4 more enemies alive in Hydra, has a 100% chance of placing a block buff for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Wow. That makes me remove Ugo. No affinity issues. 100% uptime of block buffs on a full... Like, that would make me swap my Ugo out. Every single time. Because I would sacrifice the benefits of Ugo for the guaranteed. Whereas the mythical... the mythic... This Night Revenant mythic is not affinity friendly. And it's on a 3-turn cooldown. But you can't get mythical tomes. You have to assume it's a 4-turn cooldown. For most people, it'll be a 4-turn cooldown, right? And it's only on for 2 turns. Whereas this dude is going to do it with epic books on a 3-turn cooldown on a 3-turn duration. And it's 100%. The only thing that doesn't stop him is 3%. Can't do anything about that. Passive. Removes 1 random debuff from all allies and places increased accuracy on them on a 4-turn cooldown. That's also surprisingly very good. Sometimes you've got life, the suffering thing that she puts out that basically shares the damage. That can be quite annoying. Sometimes you may have picked up an odd fear that you can get rid of them. The odd poison you might want to get rid of. Weaken debuffs. Provoke debuffs. 1 random debuff is actually quite valuable. And you get an increased accuracy buff, which you might find useful to help reduce your things. Okay, it's a 4-turn cooldown, not so great. Nowhere near as strong as this. It's pretty good, though. Keep in mind that a decapitated head is considered alive. So this is always 3 turns. Every single time. And then, whenever an enemy attempts to place a debuff on this champion, has a 20% chance to reflect it back onto the attack. It's actually really good as well. Because if he ever takes a poison, send it back. If he takes a fear, he can send it back. If he takes a weaken, provoke, he can send it back. It's very good. I would have liked a little bit more than 20%, but I'll take it. 40 accuracy in all battles. I think this is the best champion of the bunch. I think this is the champion that has the most utility of the bunch. For example, 20% chance. When you put him in Dragon... He's going to transfer some debuffs and on passive, send the debuffs back to the dragon when it puts poisons and weaken out for you. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, it'll reflect the fear. You can transfer debuffs back if they're immune. It just says debuff blocked. Because you can use Yumiko's Hex to send fear back, right? Yumiko's Hex can be used as a counter to the Torment Head. You can't fear the Torment Head, but you can send the debuff back. It'll just say blocked. So this is so good. This A2 just alone would make him worth it for Hydra. So this is the one that I think is the best of the bunch out of all the heroes. In terms of just overall usability. Like if I'm looking at across all of my teams, this would be the only champion that I would go, I want him to make into a team. Because all the rest feel like I have to sacrifice something to make it work. So, yeah, on average, debuffs tend to be 2-turn cooldowns. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the first Void Undead Epic. Let's say everyone give a congratulations. Ostrok is the first Void Epic Undead. Is that actually the only faction that had no Void Epic as well? Let's have a look. I think it might be a no. Shadowgun got Gembo. Silver Watchers have got Isla. Do you know what? I got a feeling it might be. Oh, it's a little bit crazy, guys. This might be the only faction that didn't have a Void Epic. Because it's got Androsia. And Bannerlords have got Isat. Yeah. How nuts is that? It's taken this long to put one Void Epic into the Undead Hordes. No, you can't run 5 Neldos because you'll never kill anything. Cool concept, though. So yeah, overall, I think the heroes are not terrible. I do wonder why we needed to have 8 champions added. Though. You know, I do wonder. Because it's not like we had a traditional fusion. They just chucked in loads of champions for no apparent reason. I don't know. Which ones are you most excited for? I think the Void Epic is the best one. They do, yeah. Morley is the only one that can do it on 2 turns, though, there. Right, Bivol's just a 1 turn, right? Glenn Spear could be really good for damage. I need to rewrite my damage equation multipliers to be more aligned with the 2023 champion pools and the way the stat burst works. It's kind of on my list to do tomorrow, which is why all the champion guides don't have ratings at the moment, because I have to rework the multiplier, like the equation that I used to calculate it. Once I've done that, hopefully I can do an assessment on the new champions, you know. Interested in the Mythic, okay. ASF, what is your Spider Hard team? I use the Akhenaten team, but I'd like to change it to 100%. Yeah, I'll show you now. So I'm trying to get Islin up to War Master. I think he needs one more. Void Legendary. Yeah, I know, right, Stiko? That's the thing, right? The Epic A1 is 100%. That's what I'd expect from Void champions, that whatever it does it consistently. When it's not a Void champion, then I expect it to be more variable. So the fact that the Void Legendary doesn't guarantee that I get a skill reduction every time it A1s is a little bit underwhelming for me. Islin's is in my Hydra team. We're going to look at it. I'm going to do one of the Hydra runs now. My plan post TwitchCon is to try and do Hydra more frequently before the last day of the week, because it's far less stressful. I have realized, by the way, how utterly unkillable Islin is ever since I've done my champion guide. It's a little bit disgusting how, like, Islin just can't die. It's really hard to kill him. Like, watch this. I don't really know what blessing to put on. Let's have a look. My new Hydra team is coming to shape now. We got Brimstone. We got Cruelty. I don't really know what blessing to put on him. Because he's defense-based, so... I mean, we could make Cage and make him... Cage might make it a little bit easier to keep the... I'm thinking Cage. Just because Cage will give me a buff. So it helps force the Mischief Head on him. Yeah, Cage for Mischief. Iron Will for Wrath. Yeah, no, I'm not really worried about damage. The damage, he won't die to damage. And if he does, everyone else will die before him, so that's not really a problem. The Alpha Fire Knight, yeah, it'd be an interesting test, Mark. What's your thought about some of the Trundle team going around? I haven't seen enough of it, Macaulay, yet to make an opinion. It was something I was expecting to see as the next iteration. What I haven't seen is how deep it goes. The main issue with Cadaver was anyone can build it. The Trunder teams, not everyone can build it. So I haven't seen how much of an issue Trunder is in terms of the overall health of the system. Whereas Cadaver was extremely unhealthy. So I'll have to do a bit more research. I haven't looked at the game in like a week, so... You know, I just don't know, so... to be honest, I don't use his counterattack an awful lot. He has got enough resistance, so... Let's go Cage. We'll go swap it. We're still flexing this last spot. I don't know who to put there. I might put Brogni. Isala didn't really do it for me. See you later, Jester. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I mean, 13 billion is certainly better than 35 billion, right? So we're going the right direction. Not necessarily the right... Not necessarily to say... Madman is doing insane Hydra damage with his A1. Zet. Isn't he the one that does 100% damage? I'm sure it is. Yeah, but I don't think it's that crazy, is it? Yeah, but it's only 30%. You're not going to scale that as hard as Trunder. It's not... I wouldn't call it bugged. You're not going to use... You'd probably use Trunder over that, right? You can't really scale it. That's what I'm saying, right? You can't scale that. Because Trunder will always do 60% to all enemies on a higher multiplier. Whereas this dude is... First, you've got to roll the 50%. Then it's half the amount of damage. And then half the amount of base attack and less damage books. It's like a very baby Trunder. I suppose you could ally attack. Yeah, I suppose. No, I guess you could ally attack. I guess you're getting it more regularly, so you don't need the resetting. I mean, it could be interesting. But again, I don't think we're hitting like 20 billion, right? You know, we're not hitting the 20 billion. Which is the key thing. If we were hitting the 20 billion, that's a problem. So yeah, so like for example here, you know, these are better teams, right? That's the one. This is the one team that's replaced the Cadaver. I can handle that. Why? Because it's on normal. I can beat 950 million if I want to. Because it's only on normal. That isn't like 25 trillion. You know, I'm sure there are better teams here than... I'm sure our ranking system here is not as good as what it could be in other teams, right? But I bet a lot of people are feeling a lot more comfortable right now. you know? So this last spot here, I kind of just want an increased attack champion. I was thinking I need a decreased attack champion, but I feel like I kill things too quickly that the decreased attack doesn't matter. So Brogni might be a good fit because it just gives me a little bit of survivability with some actual damage as well. I've not seen anyone use Cadaver now. I think Cadaver's pretty much dead. I feel like that's a good option. It worked quite nicely last time. I don't use this half enough, but like... I could use Ghost Spawn as a backup decreased attack. Doesn't provide any survivability. Duchess is locked out for another team, as is Mithrala. She doesn't provide increased attack. Oh, on a revive. Good lord. You know, we could use Kreela, but I generally find Kreela's not that good. Could throw in a Laburga. You know, Sachi is also very interesting because we get increased attack, get a decreased crit rate and a leech, and a decreased accuracy. Not bad. I just feel like Brogni just gives you a lot of stability, doesn't it? Because he just does himself, doesn't he? Yeah, he's just a solo buffer. Panda does increase attack. I did not realize he places increased attack. Still pretty useless though. Yeah, I think Brogni. Arbiter is not built to survive. She's built like a squishy tank, right? I mean, she'd be going fast, but you'd get a heal, I guess. Could try it. Let's try this. So obviously the goal with this team is, do we get a provoke? Yeah, we do. The goal with this team is to just nuke the heads as fast as possible, right? That's the goal. Actually quite a nice scenario because we didn't get decreased defense in the Torment head, so just boost with that. Let me just burn. Decrease speeds. So we have 3 forms of decreased speed, which is great. We have HP burns that can place even if there's a poison cloud, which is great. We've got decreased defense and weaken and another decreased speed here, which is great. And then we've got basically 2 to 3 forms of DPS. We're healing with mostly leech. This is where I think the shield might be helpful because we do take a bit of damage from time to time. Go smack this for some big damage. 726k, not bad. We need to get a provoke out here. Nice. Good job, Islin. And then obviously we've got Hexed set on the Suzerain Catone. Do you think they'll ever make another usable common? They've actually been making pretty good rare and common champions. To be fair, the new uncommon champions are not bad. Yeah, Wrath is the risk with this team. But if I can kill the Wrath pretty quickly, like you can see the heads die so fast that as long as the heads stay dead, there's a fairly good chance this is fine. We're just waiting to get back onto this ability now. Hopefully we get decreased defense. We didn't. So we can put it on here. No, we didn't. Okay. We gotta provoke. Oh, Islin's a good boy today. He's provoking a lot. We like Islin today. Oh, we'll do a test now. We'll see how much we can survive here. So this is what I was on about, like one buff removal, one debuff removal. This would be quite helpful to get rid of this, like, these nasty debuffs I've got going on. Because I can't really get rid of these at the moment. Other than cycle through them. But, you know, sometimes you can get through them fast because... we've got a lot of term you can drop, so it's not really the end of the world. So this is the downside now. We really can't afford to AoE. We have no choice. And... oh, yeah, see, it's just a little bit too close for comfort in this scenario. Because essentially now, we have to attack with Suzerain Katone to keep him alive. Oof. I think Brogni has to come in here. Now, obviously, we can just take those buffs away, so that's not really a major problem. But that is a significant risk. I think Brogni just makes this team a lot more safe. Whereas I feel like without the Brogni, I'm playing a little bit with fate, you know? Yeah, this is my hard team. It's not like it needs to be super well tuned, but... oh, this is a bit of a problem now. I need my the burn back from Tumacia. Fateless, yeah. There you go, I can burn now. This is why Tumacia is so good, because I can burn through Poison Cloud. It's probably going to cleanse, though, before Islin gets back to taking a turn, which sucks, but... it'll at least allow me to get some things in. Yeah. I should have waited, really, one more turn. Yeah, so I think we're going to probably restart with Brogni, but we might just quickly rebuild the Brogni. Okay, nice. Yeah, we're going to do that. But before I do that, let me just show you what I couldn't show you in the video. When he finishes. Stop it. Stop shooting it. It's dead. Oh, Lord above. There we go. Right. Let me just show you how absolutely stupid this is. Right? He can't take damage. They can't kill him. Like, even if I don't put a shield up... in a minute. In a minute. Watch his HP bar here. They can't kill him. He takes no damage. At all. I mean, I can even put this up to nightmare difficulty. And he takes no damage. Like, it's so stupid. I've never seen a tank be able to absorb so much damage Like this. Like, look at his HP. This is the first time he's lost some because they put healing reduction on himself. Because he can't heal now. It's the only reason why he's dying. So now all I need to do is see if I can... Watch the heal. He's healing back more than they can do damage to him. Of course, he's going to get eaten. So, like... How much is that? It's crazy good. Crazy good. Never seen anything like it. I was baffled. Let me have a look. Where is it? Where's the clip? Let me have a little look. Where did you send it to me? Where did you send it to me? Hang on, trying to find it. Oh, there it is. Got ya. I'm looking at it. What difficulty is that? Okay. Could do it. Yeah, I could do it. I'm with you. It's not the craziest idea anyone has told me. That's a good take, that. Right, can I get the Brogni out? Where is it? This one. Well, just have the Gnishak. Nobody wants that. You come out of the vault. I think this one's booked. Yeah, that one's booked. Got masteries? Yeah, that one's booked. This is my damage one. You. Optimize. So we're optimizing for Hydra rotation 6, hard. Got 15% destruction with decreased defense and weaken. I don't know. We've got some buffs going on, but it doesn't really matter. I kind of want 250 speed. Don't really care about removing buffs, but it could be handy, so let's just give us 250. Don't really care about resistance. And let's pick his artifacts first. What do we got? 100. That's not bad. That's not got any speed. That's good. Let's take that. Ah, I need to make some storage. Ah. Sell those. Never enough storage on my account. Have you done anything that avoid the Devour with Taunt? I haven't, I have to say. Mainly because he's locked into my clan boss team that I still haven't had a chance to break out yet. That's probably next on my build list after I finish messing with the Hydra teams, is unlocking him from Hydra so that I can move him over to my arena teams and mess around with him in other places. Oh, we could go with that. Oh, that looks lovely. We'll go with that one. We want attack percentage, each percent of that. Attack ring. What have we got going on here? Oh, we could throw a little bit of a protection set in there. Let's do that. Beautiful. Throw that in. Yeah, it would be. I've got Suzerain Katone with it, which is not the end of the world. Sorry, you weren't seeing what I was doing because I forgot to change screen, didn't I? I was basically manually equipping its gear so that, we gave him 2 rings. I'll show you the rings now, it's fine. Speed, 4, attack percentage, 5, HP percentage, 5, accuracy, 7, resistance, 7, optimize, go! What would you say is the best option for a curse set that has an increased attack? Cursed really needs to go on someone that has multiple attack and AoE abilities. Ideally an A1. So if you have someone with an increased attack that also has an A1 that's AoE, that's the best champion to put Cursed on. Brogny's not bad, but his A1 does an AoE. What you want to avoid is heroes that don't attack. So Krisk, for example, I thought was quite good, but actually is not as good as I thought because he doesn't attack with his A3 for his provoke, and you have to use that sometimes. You don't get as much cursed out as you'd like. Oh yeah, of course, because of his passive. That's true. That's the other factor. If you've got a passive that attacks someone, then like someone like Akimtum as well would be really good. Hey Alex, truly miss these chat and chill live streams. Wow, that's why I'm here. Okay. Good work. That one's better, I think. Let's fire that up then. Filter, just new. What do we got coming on here then? I haven't had a chance to roll any of this stuff yet from when I did it before. I was going to play a bit of Raid while I was out in Vegas, but I just got so ill I didn't have any more energy in my day to basically do anything other than the events. So I basically didn't play the game for 5 days, which is rare for me. It was very weird. I didn't miss it, but I also was a bit annoyed that I missed it. Because I want the soul. Lethal. So let's just do a fitting room for the stuff that we don't need, which is epic. That. Try on. Try on. And then there is one down here, a Lockwine shield. I knew that was going to come. It's fine. Need to sell some stuff. Honestly. When are we getting the expanded inventory space? That's what we really need. It's what the world demands. Do it one by one, it's fine. We need crit damage gloves with crit rate in the protection set. Thank you. Then we need speed in crit rate, crit damage. Also in the protection set. Or is that stone skin? No, protection. I wonder what this does if I ascend it. What do we get if we ascend? Oh, flat defense, that's awful. It's fine. It's a worthy sacrifice. Attack percentage, crit rate, speed, crit damage. Okay, let's just throw some glyphs. Get some basic stuff. Of course, you plus 2'd. Might as well ascend this. Oh, okay, flat attack's not the end of the world. It's not bad to give this a little bit of a boost. Let's min-max up Brogny a little bit. I actually think I lost some accessories from my storage box over the Vegas trip. Because I had things with like 12 hours to go. I'm pretty sure I lost a few things. It's alright, I got loads. It was only accessories, so... It could have been worse, but... Not the best. Well, I should check if I've done my dailies before we carry on, because I don't think I have. Okay, that's pretty good. Just give this a little bit more of a glyph. When it comes to Brogni, actually getting flat attack is a little bit better than getting percentage attack. Because his attack is so low, the percentage can't really scale. So having, like, an amulet with a lot more flat attack, for example, is a good way of doing it. But this has just got so much attack, it's actually not worth the trade. But, like, 100 flat attack is going to be a lot more than the percentage. It's just the way that it works. You know, for example, right now, we're sitting on 2,009, what is it? What, 2,990 attack, right? So if I just basically put a glyph on here and I say, you know, give me 4% attack. Well, that's only translated into, like, 121 attack. So 4% is equal to what? 121 attack. So a flat attack is actually quite a lot. We've only taken this one because it's a pretty good trade between HP attack. And we kind of want... we get the benefit, the 12 speed. Because you still need HP percentage to power up the strength of his shield. As much as this to boost the value of the shield. So we want damage, but you also want HP. It's a very difficult champion to build. I'd probably say... Brogni is probably the hardest champion in the game to build. Because you have to build for everything. That'll do. So what do we got? 238, 3k, 222. Pretty good. Pretty good average. Any idea what to do with 2 Razzlebargs if I haven't built any yet? Don't need Final Hazard Cardiel. He actually does more damage than Cardiel, I think. But if you've got a fast one, not much. You can make some clever clan boss teams with it, but if that clan boss not your thing, then you don't need to. You know? So, right, have I done my dailies? Let's check. No, I have not. I have to do a Hydra key anyway. Let's just do faction wars quickly. Let's just do 1 Hydra key, then do faction wars. Take you out. Put my Brogni in. Nice. What's his gimmick in Hydra? Oh, I should mention, he hits really freaking hard in Hydra, Green Virus. Razzlevarg. Someone was telling me he hits 5 million. I was like, I don't see it. They sent me a screenshot. It hits 5 million across 4 heads. It's really strong. Because you can build him to such a high speed of scale. It's really strong. Yeah, I was saying that. You put the cursed on him and you get him going. He gives you leech. He gives you increased speed, increased accuracy. For Hydra, he's very strong. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. Yay. Just what you want to happen. You stole those buffs. It's not really a problem. It's just got to provoke back out. Oh, here's Lynn. Let's play some ping pong with buffs. Aha. That's where the lightning cage is handy. Because it made it so that Islin actually had enough buffs here. So that lightning cage is actually quite good. Of course, we double weak hit now, so... This will be the scenario where we now don't get the provoke for the first time. It's kind of annoying, but... Unless we get a reset. Okay, maybe we've got one more shot of this. I kind of wasted the 2 Messiahs A3 as well, which is dumb. Right, now do we get the provoke? Oh, is Lynn. Alright. Well, we tried 3 times. Deep's defense. Shield up. Nice bit of pump damage. Might as well do that for some decreased speed now. Decreased defense weaken. Nice. Now we're fully set up, hopefully. Hex out on everyone. Let's go for some damage. If we can get two Messiah's A3 back after the A2, that would be great. Oh, look how big the shield is. Good lord. Right now, I don't really care about not getting a provoke out. I'd love to Messiah to have one more turn before that head respawns, because we could do some crazy good damage if we can get the setup right. I don't know if she's got enough turn meter, because I can't see anything right now. Oh, I don't know if it's going to work. Maybe. Don't actually want to kill anyone here. Yes, here we go. Big damage. 1.4 million. Yes, that's what I wanted. That's what we want. Those kind of setups. Didn't have Hex out on that other head, which is kind of unfortunate, but... It's big damage from Tumasia. This team is basically my... like, backup damage source. You know, Nightmare needs to do about 100 million. This needs to do about 100 million also. Big boost. Let's do some damage. Islin's damage output is not crazy bad. It's actually quite good, you know? We'll kill that suffering head in a minute. Kind of wasted that. Shouldn't have done that right now, because the heads are going to respawn in a second. No, my Shamael's probably really badly built here. He's kind of built as the slow... He is built basically as the Mischief tank, Shamael. So he's not built for damage at all. I've got like 3 damage dealers in basically, well, 4 now with Brogni. So I didn't really feel like I needed another damage dealer. So I could do that, but I feel like it's a bit of a waste without that out. Nice. That's cursed out on like enough. Decrease speeds. Block buffs is also a block debuff is also handy against the poison dumping. So yeah, mine's at like 6k. So it's hitting pretty good. Like, you know, watch this. Like, 49.54 without increased defense. Well, it didn't hit hard. Don't ask me why. Okay. Oh, I know why. Because the head's suffering. This is the highest defense. Wow. Did we just get unlucky? I think we just got unlucky there. I think I just got unlucky that I had no shield up at the right time. I should have put the ally protection up. Yeah. Can happen. It's the only thing with this style, we would have had a backup revive, right? Where that is almost like an instant restart, but just because we lost too many people. I could... It's certainly possible now that I got Lightning Cage. Hey, Liam. Night, Zandina. 100 million on Brutal, not in Hex. Yeah, it's crazy. What, they're making a book 5? Is he really? Hasn't made a book in years. I'd hesitant say decades. Because I think it's been at least 10 years since the last book came out. Is it going to be like an extension of the last one? Or is it a new tale? I have to confess, I haven't read it in a very long time. Okay, well I didn't do the decreased defense one was hoping for. New tale, it's about Mythical. Ah, cool. Excellent. Wow. That's something to look forward to. When is it coming out? Ouroboros multipliers are very good, yes. I think the last one came out, I was in college. Yeah, it's got to be 10 years, right, Brissing? I remember I was just finishing, either finishing university or just starting, one of the two. Next month? Oh, wow. Alika's multipliers will be stronger than Ouroboros. That's asking a lot to compare Alika to Ouroboros. Alika's like one of the highest damage dealers in the game for clan boss. But it's pretty good. Last one was 2011. Yeah, 2011. Brissinger is obviously book 2, right? Brissinger? I think it goes Aragon, Brissinger. What's the last one called? They're in my box somewhere that from my mum's that I finally brought over to put on my bookshelf. What's Brogni bring in? Shielding, increased attack, and damage. 357k A1s. Yes, please. Honestly, the only risk to this team is the Wrathhead. So when the Wrathhead comes up, that's when I have to use Islin's... that's when I need to use Isling's ability to protect. It's the only risk to this team. I'm going to go back to provoking. Okay, didn't get it that time. It's fine, we've got time. Well, that's a bit of a problem. Not going to lie, that's going to cause a cleanse. Not much I can do about that. So I guess we're going to have to kill this head because I can't actually provoke anyone right now. Might as well just do decrease speed. There you go. That kind of sucks, but you know, what can you do? Just take out the reflect, because that's annoying. Oh, we're going to play buff bingo. Alright. That was most unfortunate. Oh, alright then. It's not a problem if they heal up, it's just annoying. Yeah, it has. Oh yeah, it's the eldest. Yeah, you're correct, Liam. It's been such a while since I've read them. Right. Where were we? Please don't kill him. I'd like to revive. All this remove. Nothing useful. Stop the healing though, it will. Can't heal if you've got that on. That's where Islin's passive is helping his. Helping keep Martial Lad alive while I get rid of these buffs. Just get him out straight away. Oh, come on. Arrgh. Someone asked me for my Spider 10 team. I forgot to show them. Game is trolling me today. This is my Spider 10 hard team here. So we use Gnut 30%, Burns is 20%, so we got 240%, so that gets to 70%, and then we use the Spiderling's Death from Akimtum. So Akimtum is built full nuke. So we basically go like good for AAA3. Doesn't quite hit the cap every single time. And then Akimtum will just come in and one-shot this spider like that. Every time. Very consistent. Burn, activate, extend, Akimtum one-shots. Every time. No, he's alright for the faction wars, but pretty much he's clan boss only Red Blade. His A1 is useful in some places. Every time. That took an extra second because really I shouldn't have Cecilia in Relentless anymore. Should take her out of it if I'm being honest. Because she's actually causing problems. And then someone asked me Shogun team. I run 24 and I run this team. The only thing they've changed in Shogun recently unknown is you can resist the debuff spread of decreased defense and enfeeble. But in all reality, you're easier to just cleanse it because you need like 700 resistance to resist it, right? So you can't resist these. These are all protected. Can't stop that. What you can do though... What happened here? Wait, why is that changed? No, yeah, it's fine, fine. Yeah. Sorry, I was going mad then. I was like, what the hell's changed? It's correct. I had a brain fart moment there for a second. I was like, why have I got block passive skills? That's correct. So, when this starts, you can't resist any of these abilities, right? These are always going to happen. So you basically ignore them, do decreased defense, smash it for some damage, have fun with that, kill it, you know, do all this kind of crazy stuff. What you can resist now is these debuffs. Decreased defense and enfeeble. You can resist the spread, but it's so much resistance that you need to do that, I just wouldn't bother. It's just too much effort. Right, you can just kill it so much easier. Like that, so... I would never sell a soul. I would never use it though unless I had a use for it. I would just keep it in my forge inventory until either A, the champion is needed and then I will awaken it, or B, I need to sell it because there's actually something I want to buy. Don't sell a soul just because you think it's bad unless you have something to buy. Right? If you are sitting here going, you know what, something's come up in my shop, I need essence and I don't have the coin, then sell something. But there is actually no value in, say, like, for example, I've got this. I haven't got a Valerie I need to build, but I know Valerie can be quite useful in some scenarios. So I'll just keep this here. If I come to a point where I need the coins, I'll just sell the Valerie and get my 100 coins. But I'm not rushing to do it. Like, I sold a couple of 6-stars the other day to basically make the Godseeker Neri and the Whisper work, right? I sold a few things to do that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold it. It's just not worth it, right? Just keep it in your storage. You can buy lots of storage for cheap. Just keep it there until you need it. And then awaken it when you need to. Like, technically, I've got a 4-star Danag. I don't know if I'll need it. I might do. I'll keep it. It's just not worth selling it straight away. My Finite Hard is still a work in progress. Right, my Finite Hard team is a work in progress still. I'm working on area bonuses, basically. But that would be my Finite Hard team. I mean, I say it's a work in progress. It does work. Eventually. basically use 2 Razorvarg A2s on the way. Finish these off. I can't remember if I set my AI up differently, so that's why I'm manualing, because I'm pretty sure I set the AI up differently. And then we basically open with A1. Ally attack. Is that ally attack? No, that's ally attack, right? Ally attack. Get the first reduction. Drop it again. And then I have to basically, as long as I only A1, be fine. If I don't A1, this just doesn't do it. Didn't get the decreased defense there. Already risky as well because we resisted one of the freezes on the Gnut. I really want to use his A3, but I can't because you're already seeing that I'm not able to really sustain it. Decreased defense? No. We're waiting on the decreased defense. Razorvarg does most of the damage here anyway. Yeah, I could basically guarantee the freeze just to make sure it's safe. But you can see it's already starting to catch up. Now, one solution is you bring a lot of reflex on Farrakhan and oh, we got to resist there. You bring basically a lot of resistance on the a lot of reflex on the Leorites on the Farrakhan, right? So we should be good now because we got a refresh, so we're definitely good now. So I can get away with using saving that A3, doing this, and smashing it with A3. Look how fast this will work with A3. So much quicker. Because I can go again, basically. The value of reflex and refresh in fine at hard is the big deal. Basically. And now that we got decreased defense down, this is a lot hard hitting. I do think Lady Mikage is a really good option here. So it works. But if I was manualing because I'd made him use the A3 on the boss. If he uses A3 on the boss, it doesn't work. I can't keep the team down because these being 4-turn cooldown is too much. Now, this opens up more opportunities. This one, right? Is it this one? Which one is it? No, it's the alternate form. This one here. This opens up more opportunities. The reason why is because, one, we get increased attack, which means that we kill the boss quicker, because Razorvarg gets a damage bonus. The only downside is, to use this, you have to use the Genzin variant, which means you haven't got space for Razorvarg, right? The Razorvarg space is reserved then for Genzin. Could say it's better. But you could replace... could replace it because then you can switch it back into this form to put like weaken out because you've got the weaken here, but then you are on a 4-turn cooldown anyway, so I don't think so because your Carl does decrease speed. The role your Carl is playing is the decreased speed role. That's the big thing you lose when you drop your Carl, and Creaton ain't going to do that. Creaton doesn't do decreased speed. He does increased speed, not decrease. And the decrease is essential. Next times 2 is expected to be sacred. Yeah, as long as they don't mess around with it. The new high elf dude. Yeah, but it's not 100%. You have to guarantee it. If you don't guarantee it, it fails. So you have to have decreased speed. It's essential. I haven't actually approached it. I'm quite far away off. I'd have to get Amaranthine Skeleton. I do have a Confessor, so I'll probably make that up, actually. I probably should do that right now. Let me lock him away. I normally just send them, so I know I need to keep them. So even a sniper double hitter is a no-go. It's just the reality of finite hard, Liam. If you bring anything that isn't like at least 80% guaranteed, you're always going to struggle. Because you're just going to hit bad. Like you saw there, I had a couple of 3%. That put me on a bit of a risk. So it just depends on how much you want to fail. Will it do it? Probably. Will it do it 100%? No. So what I will say, though, is I do have a 4-star Mikage Soul. I pulled it when I was in Vegas. A 4-star Mikage Soul. So that does kind of like make it more compelling. I'm more compelled to use her now, or to get her. So I got 2 of those. I need to pull them again because I kind of fed them all. I'm not gonna. I'll wait to pull the epic again rather than use it. So I'll happily. Like I need to pull another one of her. I haven't pulled any of those yet. I've only just pulled Colin, and I've only just pulled this one, and I've only just pulled that one. So I'd have to pull them all again, which is what I'd rather do. I'd rather keep the epics and try and chase the one legendary that I don't have. And I'm not sure I'd burn the legendaries just yet, but we'll see. So that's an option. The other thing I pulled, I went for the ×10 Siffy. And we got ourselves a Supreme Kale. It's not the Siffy we wanted, but hey. Could do some interesting stuff with our dear friend Supreme Kale, who I think is really, really good. I don't know where I'm going to use him yet, but I think he's really, really good. Like, he doesn't need accuracy, so we get a weaken, poison, and decrease resist and increase accuracy without requiring any stats. So it's kind of weird. I don't really know what to do with him yet. I haven't quite figured it out. I always thought Supreme Kale was the best of the 4. So he hits quite hard as well. The ratings 4.7, not bad. Just haven't decided what to do with him. Yeah, I just haven't decided what to do with him yet. My 1+1 was basically Xavier and Walking Tomb Dreng, which is not as bad as it sounds because that did mean that I was able to, you know, get a +10 speed for night revs. Which, you know, I mean, it affects no one that I use apart from Theodore. Right, Theodore is the only one that it affects. Because I don't use any of these, really, so... Well, the end of the world, but... Yeah, I don't have Calvalax. Let's just get this out of the way. Before I forget. Fortis buff, exactly. Fortis buff. So tomorrow, I'm probably going to start the new Diablo 4 season if I get time. I haven't had time to play it today because I had so many commitments I had to do. We had all the new champions to go through. So tomorrow, I'm hoping to actually get started on Diablo 4 Season 2, which I might, if I have time to set it all up, and we might be streaming that on Twitch. Rather than YouTube. That's my current thinking. You posted ideal for Supreme Kale. That's a funky build. How do you find that works, Dutchy? Where do you use that build? It's like full Savage Nuke damage. 233% crit damage, 218 speed, 5.2k attack. It's pretty solid. Where do you use that, Dutchy? I haven't done the Doom Tower keys yet, Macaulay. No. I'm going to do it after this now. And then give Hydra another bashing. Or we don't get unlucky. Simple arena minnow. Okay. So you basically just use him as a standard AoE nuker that can just get things done. I think Garlic has the highest usage in Hydra, right? Supreme Garlic is really good for Hydra. But I would argue outside of Hydra, his limited usages, whereas Supreme Kale will be a meta bud. That's not the word. New content buster, right? Because he can just bust through requirements that you wouldn't be able to have. I'll be able to build a team with like 67% less stat requirements because of the way that his kits work. So yeah, that is really good for Sand Devil, for example, because he just obliterates the stat requirements. Is there any times 10 tomorrow Summer Rush? Any news? Let me check. I've got stuff that's embargoed. Yeah, I think next day. Yeah. So we got the new Bellatar, Mage Slayer, Rakavaltide, Mighty Uko, Pythian, Isala the Mourner, Ugo, Gorgrab, and Tagoa. I will say a Rakavaltide is tempting. A Pythian, Mighty Uko is not bad, although I feel like they're a little bit dated. Pretty good. Hey, so I'm glad to see you're feeling better. I was wondering, what champ did you use that did the AoE freeze in that crypt you just did against the triple Seth wave? I'm using Gurgo the Augur, Void Legendary. Good old Gurgo, old-fashioned dude. Basically removes 2 buffs and then places a freeze debuff. He's really strong. Hits really hard if you build him for damage. I should just basically throw this in now. Probably do it so much quicker. I realized that we can basically use Vlad to set up Martial Ed. And it didn't clock on me until I actually was thinking, how can I set up Martial Ed better? I was like, I could just use Vlad everywhere. Although Vlad just does it himself anyway, so what does it really matter? There we go. Have I ever played Ark? No, I don't think I have. If you're on about the survival game, no. Did I pull any prisms? I pulled 3 of them because I had 60 from the Fire Night tournament and I got 3 rares. So no, I didn't get anything. I got stuck. You got stuck on the first page due to now just wait and get that champ. The thing with it, you can beat it without the Gurgo. You just need control. So lots of stun sets. And you just RNG it. That's the other way to do it. Gotta beat a boss now. Gotta use this epic. We all love those. Yeah, I mean, I basically had to do a lot of CVC points because I hadn't played at all for the CVC. So I had to do a bunch of CVC points for the clan anyway. And I figured there was nothing better to do, so I just bashed out the Fire Knight. And because I had a pretty fast Fire Knight team, I could do it in like 1,500 energy, so I just did that. I think we're done now, yeah? Use that. When you get to those waves, it's all about control. Stun sets, turn meter control. Like, using Man-Eater's A2 to just steal their turn meter is really big. And also, don't buff. That's normally what people make a mistake of, if they use their buffs on the Valkyrie wave before they've controlled them, and then you just end up getting far too much turn meter loss because of the Valkyrie passive, and it becomes a nightmare. The Night Revenants one was the worst one for me because I basically had to spend all my time RNG in the stupid Bistoffice affinity. That was fun. I don't want to do that again. Let's just go bash out some Silver Doom Tower. Let's just do Hydra quickly. Right, attempt number 301, 500 million. Let's do this. Is there any point in having multiple brimstones in clan boss? Not particularly. If anything, you're wasting damage because you could be bringing Phantom Touch, you could be bringing Cruelty, you could be bringing something else, you know? So is it better? No. But if you don't have consistency and you have nothing else, then it's not necessarily the worst decision you can make. So. Ow. Faceless, so snipes the Valkyries. Yeah, Whisper does as well, mind. I know she buffs herself, but she only hurts herself. Let's just boost the shield. I really need to figure out why the first one is going off random. Health is back, thank you. Probably should have provoked it. Not the best decision I've ever made. Very decreased defense. Nope. Ah, that's always annoying when that happens. Provokes. There we go. Lovely. It's a good start. Question, is the new fusion worth going for? Apply rule number 1 of fusion. Does fusion do something unique? If yes, you shouldn't really skip it. Is fusion necessarily the most strongest fusion in the world? No. But it does do something unique in the sense that he can reduce the buffs by 3 turns, which is unique. Nobody can do that. So, question for you or any endgamers: what's the most efficient way of farming gear outside of events? Buying it. Or the Forge Pass. So, yeah. I mean, that's not a very good answer, but essentially that's the answer an endgame player would give you. If you can't farm it, buy it. However dodgy of an answer that is. Yeah, like, I do look out for those ×3 drops on the sets that I know are particularly low, high value for me at the moment. Like, I'm looking out for reflex sets, so I'm looking out for Cursed, Retaliation, always ×3 Savage. Less about the ×3 speed these days because I'm pretty fast, so I don't really need them. but a lot more about those other sets, you know? Andresia. Should you still go for the fusion? Yes, because 2 is better than 3. He does have AoE increase accuracy as well, right? So it's not like he has nothing. Let's just do this so I get some control. Got the duration. That. Move another buff. It's fine. We've got everything we need. Big damage. 1.3 million. Okay, so this is the true test. We need to frigging kill this Wrath Head before I get one shot. Yeah, Forge is the absolute best place to get game. Because Forge gives you biased odds. Because Forge gives you the ability for you to force rig your odds in the way you want it to go, it will always now become probably the best place to farm. Oh, we're doing alright so far. Let's get the burns out here. Okay, this is where I kind of need to be a bit careful and not do that. That's fine. Now we basically want to hit you for some damage. I really want to get rid of that buff. Right, we're going to put protection up. Now, the question is, can Strategos Islin tank all of this damage? It should be okay now that we've got rid of that. Yeah, you can see. That's what we needed. As long as Strategos Islin can get his ally protection up before the Wrath does his big boost, that's the key thing. As long as that happens, we can tank the Wrath Head, and then eventually we could just take away the Reflect. Whack some decreased speed on these dead heads. Can we get decreased defense? No. Can we get a burnout on you? Yes. Hex is out on everyone. The only downside with Suzerain Katone is it is a 4-turn cooldown, not a 3-turn cooldown, which is kind of frustrating, but not really much you can do about that. Get that out there now. Wrathhead is down. So that decreased defense didn't land on basically any of the heads I needed. We can smack that for some damage. That's at 1.9 mil. Jeez. I should use his A3 more often. Big damage here. Kill all the heads. And they come back alive. What do we got? So we got Mischief, second Wrath. Okay, well that's a bit bad luck. Can't buy all your luck, I guess. Just smack this some damage. There's no decreased defense, unfortunately, but... Might as well do this for now, because we can apply the ally protection for one turn later. Now we put the ally protection up. Smack that for some damage. And if I'm being honest right now, now is when I want to activate his... Yeah, that's when I want to activate his passive right now. Because people have got shield. But I might wait one more turn, see if I can remove the increased attack. Like this. And now activate it. Because we just grew the shield. So as long as we get the balance right, where right now, like if I save that and I smack just this into there, so we save the shields and then basically proc his thing, we'll basically we'll get a nuke, but we'll have it fully shielded pretty much, apart from the Suzerain Catone, which took a bit of a hammering, but can heal back up, especially when we do that. There we go, see? That's nice. Yeah, I mean, Dark Fae is always going to be better than Lethal, but than Savage, but I still think ×3 Savage is as good as Lethal. Normal Savage is not. I only do dungeons generally for tournaments these days. It's very rare that I'll do a dungeon because I want to farm it. Maybe, like, I think I farmed Ice Golem because I needed to farm it for, like, some of the newer sets that are really good now. Like, some of the sets are just really good at the moment. Like, the Retaliation, the Reflex gear. It's just really good, so... Damn, we didn't get the poison. So for the Dungeon Divers, what I would recommend people do is do stage 20. Don't try and do stage 10 hard for gear. It's not worth it. If you need the points, you do stage 20. Because stage 20 is by far the most efficient way for you to do Dungeon Divers. It'll save you about 1,000 energy, this Dungeon Divers, just by doing stage 20. We do need a curse ×3. They haven't done one in a while. You should be able to do Dark Fae hard, because that's one of the easiest bosses, as long as you have the right, you know, things. Call it night. It was fun seeing you again, and folks having a good one. No worries, Dutchy. Have a good evening. Well, we're at 47 million so far, and it's first time we need a provoke in a while. We're turn 37, so we're above 1 million damage per turn. I don't really feel like we've had an optimal setup yet for the cannon that is Tumacia. I feel like that's not been ideal. Well, this was a little bit of an awkward setup. Supreme Kale, your Supreme Kale was my Sulfurion, no Siffy. Oh, yeah. 10 times the joke, right? Let me just get rid of this. Our Reflect always scares the hell out of me. I'm just going to get this, just to give some people a bit of level of... We were taking just a little bit too much damage for my liking. There we go. Now we need to get Provoke out over here. Well done, Islin. You're doing your job. Let's get back to killing heads. Okay, that's a lot we just lost. Well, he died. Yeah, Sulfurion's not bad. It's just not a ×10 sip. It's not Siffy, right? And that's the thing. It's not like I'm disappointed with a lack of... it's not like I'm unhappy that I got Supreme Kale. It's just not the Siffy that was promised, you know, and it's the Siffy that I need. Bommel would like a word for Dark Fae. Well, the question wasn't can you reach it. I'm saying can you complete it. But I agree. Yeah, if you can't. But then again, I think there's plenty of Bommel answers now. Don't you feel like that? There's plenty of ways to beat Bommel. Like, if you've got Gnishak, you can just one-shot it. I mean, if you've got Gnut now, you don't even need a bomber. Just throw in a couple of extra damage dealers alongside it. It'll just one-shot it eventually. Vitreous the Anointed. Ugh. Again, Vitris is not bad though, Macaulay, because he does give you something that not many champions in the game have, which is a way to deal with Warlord. He will give you a counter to Warlord. It's just whether or not you have enough damage in the rest of his abilities to win the fight. So, I actually don't think Vitris is the worst champion you can pull in the game, because he does at least give you an answer to a problem. I broke that, I didn't need to. The cannon, 929,000, nice. $200K. I'm very happy with this team now. This is looking good. I would like to get some decreased speed out if we can. There we go. The burns out in preparation. Get the shield up. Do you think Panda would be good at Hydra? Not really. Panda might actually be, for me, unless something useful comes out of his kit, probably the worst fusion of the year. Just because the implementation of the Panda is really bad. Like, his kit doesn't make sense. Like, you can never use his aura. Like, unless there's something that comes out that suddenly makes him, the Panda, really good, it could well go down as the worst fusion of the game. I just don't see a use for it. I guess he's got some, like, weird niche dragon hard usage, but we're talking very incredibly unique, very thin usage. I think the current fusion is better than the Panda, because I can see more. Like, the thing about the current fusion is he may not have a lot going for him, but at least what he does have works. Whereas with the Panda, has a lot going for him, but nothing seems to really work in any sense. And that's what it comes down to for me. It's very hard to make the Panda work in the way that he's designed. Whereas the new champion, you know how to make him work. It's just whether or not he can actually, like, do what he needs to do in a good fashion. Let's go to these buffs here so I can... get my zoom back. Heal reduction out on everyone. Yeah, I just don't see what he does, though. He is, yeah, his two roles, Panda, is basically being a bomber ult for Yoshi, but not as good, or being a Dragon 25 really slow kind of build, but nowhere near as good as Stultus. And it's really awkward to make work. No, Loriarka is actually quite good in my opinion. Loriarka is very good at what Loriarka does, which is rotate skills very quickly. We lost a bit of damage per turn there because we had to deal with the buff disasters. The buff wars, as they call it. We should catch up again now. Damn, resisted. Use him in Hex set with retaliation plus a triple revenge accessory. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't work. I'm just saying of all the possible champions there are, he's not really, like, I just feel like you're forcing him to make him work, whereas there are other champions that can do what it, you know. Can they transfer the debuffs? No. But do you really need to transfer debuffs? Like, okay, you might get some poison. I could just bring a block debuffs in Hydra, and then I don't have to worry about trying to make the setup work. I think that's generally the main issue. But again, Panda's unique, so you don't skip it because there might be something that comes up that it needs to work, you know? Which might come in relevance. You can join the Discord here. It's basically the HH Gaming Discord, not the Hell Hades Discord. Got decreased speed. Get some AoE out of there. Get some big shield boostage. I don't think the skills are that good, though. If I'm being honest, I think there are better alternatives. What makes the Panda interesting is his passive, and his passive is very difficult to make work. Oh, wow, I should have cleansed that Wrath Head. I didn't realize we had Wrath Head out. Okay, we've got to be careful here. Okay, we should avoid that. That's not great. I'll be honest. It's really awkward right now. Hit that. That's fine. Right, we can reduce the duration. That'll help. Remove the... Ah! Oh, Lord. This will be the test. Oh, that was a big hit. Okay, I need to get rid of those buffs. Can't do anything because of Poison Cloud right now. Okay, now we can. Poison Cloud's out. It's fine. I'm not really worried about that right now. I just need to stabilize and get the leech healing going. Oh, come on! Stupid! I wasn't focused. I wasn't focused. I should have held it. Oh, I'm so annoyed with myself. Oh, it was my own fault. That was my own fault. I should have held it one more turn. It's fine, I guess. Just can't heal at the moment. Luckily, Islin is keeping the team alive until I can get a leech out. Right, we can get a leech out now. That's frustrating. I was up for 100 million there. And I could restart it, but I really just don't want to. That's frustrating. Yeah, not really. You're correct. It'd be nice if he could actually heal. I should have actually attacked the other one. Oh well. That's frustrating. Yeah, it's fine. 82 million will be enough. Because my Nightmare team will go 100 million. I need to do it for the key and I haven't got time, so... But we can see that Suzerain Katona at 20.94. Obviously the curse set is having an impact there. Brogni at 8.5 mil. Marshalled at 23.7 mil. Islin now at 7.7 mil. Considering he's not really a damage dealer. It's pretty good. Ugh, I just wasn't paying attention. It's my own fault. I only aim to hit like as much as I can, but that should be fine because that'll put me at a good starting position. And then I can follow up with my Nightmare team and my Brutal teams, which do a lot more. Well, the Brutal does it, but the Nightmare team does 100 mil, so should be fine. If I have all this points from Spider and I'm trying to fully complete Dungeon Diary, should I move to... You shouldn't be doing hard. You should be doing... If you're going to do anything, it's Spider 20. You should be doing Spider 20, if anything, because it's the most points per Dungeon Diver efficiency by quite a mile. Like, just to give you an example, right? You need 6,500, yes? So that means in order for you to do it... Yeah. On stage 20 hard... you need to do 479 hard runs, which is 9,580 energy if you want to do it on stage 10 hard. Now, if you did it on stage 20 normal, it's basically 535 runs, but when we apply the energy, it's 8,500 energy. So if you're going to do it, you should be doing stage 20 because you will save yourself about 1,000 energy. Yes, you'll get worse odds for gear, but if your goal is to do the Dungeon Diver and you're not farming a particular set, just do stage 20. It's so much better. I mean, if champion training starts tomorrow, I would do champion training first, then spend the remaining energy you've got in Spider 20. Because you'll get silver, because you're going to need the silver for artifact enhancement. That's why whenever I have Dungeon Diver downtime requirements, I go to Spider 20 hard, because it gives me the best spread of points, the most amount of Dungeon Diver points, the best amount of silver for the artifact enhancements I'm going to need to do. Yeah, I get it. I definitely normally I would say so, but a lot of people are stressing about having to hit the end of Dungeon Divers. So what you don't want to be doing is farming gear right now when you want to do the Dungeon Divers. The gear will always be there. This Dungeon Diver event for the anniversary tokens will not. That's the way to look at it. If you could do Spider 20 with food, yeah. I don't. I just do it in 5 seconds and blast it out. I just have a one-shot team. But if you want to do Spider 20 with food, it's okay. But I would say what I would say is don't do Spider 20. Do champion training first. Like, do it in campaign, because campaign gives you a lot of Dungeon Diver points as well. You'll probably be able to save yourself 1,000 Dungeon Diver points in a champion training event, if not more. So the goal should be do Spider. Once you've done Spider, do the champion training. Once the champion training and the Spider's done, finish up any Dungeon Diver points requirements you have in Spider 20. Just gets you there quicker. If the Dragon event is also in the Dungeon Divers, then do the Dragon event at stage, like whatever you want. Stage 20 is always going to be the better, though. It will save you energy in the long run. Yeah, 6,500 points in Dungeon Divers is 8,500 energy, give or take. It's a lot. Yeah, tag team is fun, isn't it? It took me 5 minutes just to use 15 keys, so... Oh, Whisper's an animal. Whisper's an absolute animal. Look at it, just damn it, it's just devastating. There we go. Daily's done. Clan boss, have I done it? No. I think next on the shortlist will be a clan boss rebuild. I haven't looked at what I want to build yet, but I want to use my 6-star Fushan. So, and I want to free up my Emic for PvE content, PvP content, so. How is my Whisper built? Sure, it's built like this. 191 speed, 7.5k attack, 321% crit damage, 74% crit rate. I am looking at maybe rebuilding her out of Relentless. I haven't decided yet. I've done the video on it. I haven't decided. I'm still 50-50. My one-shot... Like, my Spider 20 team is... this. Honestly, it's overkill. I just haven't changed it. I haven't decided. I've changed nothing cost us, basically. I've done the math, and I kind of recorded the video, but I haven't made the decision what I want to do myself. This is overkill. I know I could put food in here. I just haven't bothered. Yeah, I just haven't decided where I want to go with my Whisper. It's on my list of decisions. Yeah, my Whisper, I use in my Brutal team. In the same build. She's in the Duchess Crisk team. Where am I on the Spider Tawny? Oh, I'm nearly there, but I gotta get all the way to the top. So... My Gnute is like 290 odd speed, if not faster. I just don't know how fast he is now. He's 290 in this. In Fire Knight, he's 304. In Hydra, he's 296. It's our dear friend Gnute. So I'll show you the team now, Kevin. It's not as much as you think. Just to show you the value of dungeon doing stage 20, all I have done today is my 7 campaign daily and stage 20 dungeon divers. For stage 20 Spider. It's got me 1,509 points by the time I've got to 2,200. So the amount of energy that I've spent to get the Spider is equivalent to about 1,500 points here. But obviously you need to get to this. I have to get to this, so I have to complete all of this dungeon divers, so... I got a Zarya from the tournament, Grey Shards, and struggled to find a recent information video about it. Got Bad L and Kyle Blacks too. Synergy gaming tips. So Zarya doesn't require 100 poisons. She doesn't require like 20 poison stacks because she does a bit bonus damage. She works really well with the old-fashioned Zarya with Taurus. You probably need like 8 poison stacks. 8 to 7 to make Zarya work. Build her with crit damage and build her with ignore defense because she does have a damage component. She's unlike Elenarl, who doesn't do any damage when she explodes. Zarya does. Crit damage and attack is a valuable thing for her. So What are your honest thoughts about the Fragment Champion? Honestly, I think he's got some viability in Arena, and he might be really good for some content coming up. There's no other champion that can do a buff reduction via 3 turns. So he's basically a friendly buff remover for Polymorph. I need to do some internal testing on how Stone Skin and different things work just to make sure that it is doing exactly what it says on the tin and stuff like that. But I wouldn't skip a champion that does something no one else does. That's my honest opinion. Yeah, exactly, Steven. That is a way to do it, but... Do you know his multipliers? They're on the website. 0.24, 0.27, I think they are. I haven't rated the damage yet, but I hopefully will be able to get through the backlog of work for rating damage tomorrow, if I get it time. But I also don't want to burn out too quickly since coming back from Vegas, because I've had to work pretty hard today to get things done. This is my brutal team. I actually came back lighter because I got ill. My case was heavier, but that's because I got a bunch of stuff from my mum. But you were up against us, were you, Kingston? It was a close one. We don't normally like snipe those last minutes, but we were so close. We just used a few more points. When it's non-personal, the clan doesn't really go too hard. We kind of just tell everyone to hit the tier 6 clan minimum, you know, to get the final clan rewards. And then if we go a little bit over, we go a little bit over. But why put Krisk in second position? What am I missing? Oh, I suppose it does make a difference, yeah. It's not a big difference, though. It's minor. Probably. I've seen Whisper do some nutty damage. This isn't the best team in the world. Oh, it's a fair point, Nexod, yeah. There's actually a ally protection component that I wasn't doing a very good job of putting either, so... It's always a great start when that doesn't work how you want it to work. I didn't do any of the hard secret rooms last rotation because I forgot to. I'm at 67 out of 100, so I think this rotation I'll finish the Doom Tower champion. So we're using Val the Destroyer in this team because he is my designated kill. He's my designated like weaken provider. Wait, what happened there? We didn't land decreased defense on one target. Thanks, Ugo. Because Val is also pretty incredible damage dealer himself for this. Oh, Ugo, don't, please. You're doing my head in. It's fine, whatever. So we mainly are using Husk's Provoke first, because what we want to do is try and cycle the decreased speed and as much of the curse set out. So now this is ideal because we've pretty much got decreased speed out everyone we need to, and we can start seeing Val pump some numbers as well. Val is like Ninja. He needs about 10 rounds to get going. Oh, I forgot to... Lost weekend. Oh, I'm wasting already. So once Val's had a few rounds, then we're good to go. We'll have to use his Provoke here, because we didn't land it, which is a downside, but hey, you know, it's not the end of the world. Val can just pump numbers over here. Every active skill he uses, he gains 10% bonus attack. So he's used 2 active skills, so he's got 20% bonus attack right now. Debuff reset. This team has basically got a stupid decision. Why did I do it? Why? It's got a 1-turn window that's nasty, which is now, because we got to wait for the 1-turn cooldowns to come back. So right now I need to wait before I use any abilities because I need to wait for the Veil from the Duchess. Because it's a 4-turn cooldown, which is the downside. Nice, we got a Whisper out there. Nice. Only downside is, right now, we do not have... We can probably reset turn meters. Nice. Get Provoke. Thank you. Whisper. Even though there's no weaken, it's still worth doing at 969,000 damage. And compare it, that's like 436. So now he's at 40% bonus. So we need to do 3 more rotations before he's capped out. Because every activation up to 100%. What we can do, because we hit 30%, we hit Cycle of Violence, we can basically just reset our ability over here and fire another nuke over here. Because we hit enough damage to this head, it procs Cycle of Violence. It's kind of nutty, really. He is stronger than Krisk, yeah, I agree. I'm not a massive pro-Krisk person for Hydra. I think there are now viable options that outpace him. But for this team, I feel like if you use Duchess, you're almost forced to using Krisk with her. Because of this 4-turn issue, right? You need at least one extender, and it just makes sense to naturally put Krisk with her. With her in this situation, because you get that similar cycle that you need. Because we can go into an extent, really. It's got enough accuracy, that's just annoying. We can go into the extend here. Finish off this Torment Head. Or not. Provoke. Nice. Am I fusing the Jest? I will be, yeah. But, I mean, I'll get him. I don't know whether I'm going to fuse him. My feedback on it will be, don't skip him just because you think he's bad because he does stuff that no one else does. Now, whether or not he's doing something unique enough that it makes it worth it is a whole other question. We can roll an extra turn on this. My brutal team is probably the weakest in terms of a total damage number now. I need to find ways to improve it. We have got a bit of a problem because he extended block debuffs across because he decided to 3% my Krisk. And there's not really much you can do about that. The risk with this team is all of the killing power is on single target pretty much. So if we ever got into a situation where Krisk gets eaten and I don't have Hex out, it's somewhat at times difficult for me to be able to get the hero out of here. Like right now, the only way I can kill it is with Husk's A2. He stole that again. Are you kidding me? Right. We can actually use our A2 now. We couldn't before because we had life barrier. So that's the first one. Let's do that just to get Provokes out. And then I can do that because until I get... This setup is not going great. We're getting a bad rotational setup of things here. Can't do anything because of the stupid poison cloud now. Right, well, Whisper's out at least. But they all revived and respawned in a situation which I couldn't control. So now I've got to basically wait one turn. But we should be okay. As long as we don't... It doesn't go too crazy over there with this Mischief Head. Okay, fine. Right, we can start whacking this head. These debuffs are starting to hurt me a little bit. Right. Get some control back here. Control, please. Oh, come on. Oh, he's resist. Oh, this Krisk is doing my nuts. He's had double 3% on the friggin' Mischief Head, and then he resists the 3% on the friggin' Provoke. Honestly, he's got enough gear, because look, he's in like... He's got 454 resist and 279 accuracy. For Brutal, that should be enough. Should be more than enough. He's doing my head in. Because he's just low roll twice in a row. I know the resistance is over here, but that's fine. Well, no, I don't think so, actually. Check now, well. The most I need for decay is 310. So he's got it. What I meant is he's got enough, really. He's just getting unlucky. Resistance wise, the most he needs is 450, and he's got 454. I just got unlucky twice in a row. Normally it's fine. Which is being a douche, it was. Let's take out the fear. The Mischief Head is always the problem with this team as well, I find. I find it very difficult to control at times. The thing with using Whisper, she likes to use buffs that nobody else in the team has, which is always a problem. You notice there I'm staggering her A2 because I don't want her to use her A2 in a scenario where I don't have enough buffs, right? I want it to target the Krisk, ideally. So now I can use the A2 because other buffs are going to drop off, which means that she's below the buff target. Whereas if I use the A3 into A2, she isn't. She gets attacked by the Mischief Head, and the Mischief Head steals everything, and then it becomes a problem. And... oh, we got a... I don't need an extension right now. I should have cleansed off the life barrier, but it's not the end of the world. Hit you for some damage. And now we're in cycle 2. Extend again. Can do a max HP nuke. There we go. It's working a bit more smoother now. Kind of getting him killed at the moment because of the stupid life barrier. Really? Are you serious? It's annoying. I should use Provoke. It's alright. Let's just get rid of that, because that was causing me problems. Start smashing this for some damage. Luckily he's got block buffs. As long as Ugo's got block buffs, the Mischief can be controlled. It just likes to get a bit crazy at times. It is maddening, isn't it? Just like, you know you've got good enough stats that it should be fine, but it just wants to annoy you. That's what I find. Let's do that to Provoke. This is what I'm saying about this team where I struggle to control the Mischief Head. 786,000. That is the damage you want to see. You can get an extra turn into here. Oh, 1 million there. 1.2 million. Oh, 640. She just did like 3.5 million damage to that dead head. It's kind of insane, really. Yay, let's all put weaken on ourselves because that makes it fun. I'll have a look how he's built. Honestly, I can't remember. It's the worst for memory. Oh, that's not great. We'll provoke. Just keep smashing this for some damage. Can we get another A3 combo? Oh, we can. A3. You know what's coming. Another big smack nuke. 1.2 million. Get an extra turn. Let's go again. 757,000 A1s. Good lord. Whispers on a number here. The Church of Whisper is going strong this run. Honestly, I'm starting to not like Duchess because a lot of these problems I'm having here is I have to always wait one more turn for Duchess. Every single time it's always like the reason why it falls apart is because I've had to wait one more turn. That 4-turn cooldown is a bit of a killer to her kit. Let's get rid of these weekends. It's my mate. I only have one Duchess. Okay, no provoke there. It's fine. Do the provoke there instead. Like, just get her out. Alright, let's kill a provoke head. Yay, let's everyone go get phased from counterattacking because we're all stupid. No, I know. I mean, I have started going back to using him, but I just, this team just felt like I needed the Duchess for protection more than anything else. That's the main reason why I used it for protection. Can I get it bounce an extra turn off someone? Yes, I can. Nice. 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 This one's going better. Nice 27, 26 million. Let's just heal up. Get extra turn. Oh, it was too much to ask for, really. But you see what I mean? Like, I'm always one turn out of sync. It's incredibly frustrating to play because I'm always like, I feel like with Duchess, I'm chasing my tail. I do wonder when Duchess is eventually going to start becoming not meta anymore. You see, I'm just like, I can't extend because I'm waiting for Duchess's A2. And now it's all going a bit pear-shaped because the champions that I don't want to take damage are the ones that are taking damage. Just do that to get an extra turn. And then we finally get the buffs. And now we're back into rotation. Probably just need to kill this Torment head off as well. And now I'm in trouble. Because I can't block buffs. And all of this is because... The more I think about it, all of this is because of Duchess's 4-turn cooldown. All of these problems. Everything is having to be staggered to support her A3 into an extend. Just do that for now. Oh, damage. No, that's fine. Okay, good. Oh, I need to wait a turn. See, it's all over the friggin' place because of the stupid Duchess. Ah. What is this song? Yeah. Go away. Now I'm in a bad sync again because the Torment head has come out. Okay, good. Now I can finally do what I need to do, which is wreck this guy. I know he's a thing, but it's fine. He's not got weaken, but... Do you know what? I can bounce off you. Maybe able to just reset your turn meter. Oh, I killed my own Krisk. Alright, well... I mean, she's kind of playing her own game right now. She's playing like tag team with them. But... like, she's just like, I can do this all day. Even if I kill my own allies whilst doing it, I can still do it all day. Right. Revive Krisk. I don't want to use max nuke at the moment because I need a bit of control. I just want to do this. Two turns back till that's back in sync. So just keep hitting this until we are back in sync. Shouldn't have got a fear there because he was under veil. So that's kind of annoying. I was hoping that wouldn't activate, if I'm being honest. What are we waiting for? We are, of course, waiting for Duchess's A2. Right, we need to heal up everyone. That's good. That. Into extend. Lovely. That's what we wanted. Okay, good. Not the best. Not the worst. We can just go into a nuke now. You go smack that head up a bit. Is my Val booked? Yeah. He's really good. Yeah, he's really good. I like him. Oh, that was a nasty hit. Right, who are we killing here? I feel like we want to go after this a little bit. Honestly, I feel like I just take this suffering head out. Because I think that's also causing... Well, I shouldn't have done it. That's good. It should take a turn first. But I think I'm going to kill it. Yeah, never mind. Just take out that, because that reduces the resistance requirements then. A little bit. Vegas stories. Oh, you've missed the Vegas stories. Many a tale. I guess we just keep whacking this head for a bit. kind of feel like I need to kill a Wrath. Does taken damage from Guardian activated? No. Has to be damage dealt by an enemy, not an ally. So that would not work. Just that. Keep the healing going. Nice. So we might as well roll an A2 into a nice chunky A3. Oh, that's good. 1.2 million. Lovely. Poison Cloud Head. Not the best. Not the worst. Now I really want to kill the Wrath Head, ideally, before it does something I don't want it to do. So the plan here is pump damage into the Wrath Head like that. And then we probably do that one more there. And now kill it off. Boom. Lovely. Nice balance to it. Do I do account takeovers? Not really, because I'm kind of awful at account security. And I just end up leaking stuff everywhere. I'm not very good at the coordination stuff. We have a takeover service on the website, though. And that's done by people who know what they're doing. Hey, Deshay. How's it going? Did I miss members at the start of the stream? Danderbeer gifted some memberships. I know I missed something earlier. If Danderbeer is still in chat, thank you so much. As always, I fully appreciate it. Oh, yeah, it's a veil, isn't it? Good. You're damn right you are, yeah. Damn straight. Thanks. What do we got then? So, I just killed the Suffering. Oh, it's the most infuriating thing I could ever imagine. Killing the Suffering head, and I'm going to re-kill it again. Anyway, we can do that. Cool. Should we just get rid of this head? Feels good. Why not? Keep hitting it. Eventually it'll die. I know, I'm a professional streamer. I'm planning on being. Rid of the fear there. Oh, God. Oh, I'll just throw that out there because we want the weaken out. One more turn. The problem is I've kind of exhausted all of my abilities to delay, so I'm going to get feared now. There's nothing I could do because Duchess is a 4-turn cooldown. I'm getting quite infuriated with the 4-turn cooldown Duchess. If I do that, I won't kill myself. It's fine. But I will kill the fear. So I can go back into my sync, which is that. You're just going to do whatever you want to do over there. Just whack that for some damage. Extend. I mean, we're at 50 million. It's pretty good for a brutal team. Papatez, how's it going? Papatez and I met in TwitchCon for the first time. I'll be honest, I was a terrible person on day 1 because I didn't realize who you were. Then I met you on day 2. And then day 3, right? Surprisingly, we were able to find each other without much effort. When did you get back from TwitchCon? Wrathhead, okay. Yeah, it is good. Might as well fire it over there. Do you want to pump some damage over here? Sunday, 11 PM. Okay, so you've had a few days recovering. That's not so bad. I got back like 7 PM yesterday, my time. So it's around about 26 hours ago. I forced myself to stay awake until like midnight, even though I'd been up for like 27 hours. And then I slept from about midnight through till 9 a.m. So hopefully I've dodged all of the bad parts of jet lag. I'm hoping. Nice. Because we get weaken out. Who's going to eat you next? Duchess is going to be eaten next. That's kind of awkward, really. Oh, I didn't go to Greece. The guys went to Greece. I'm kind of glad, to be honest, because I was pretty rough, feeling ill, a lot of it. But it was cool. I mean, I don't know about you. I thought TwitchCon was really good this year. I've never done an American TwitchCon, but compared to Amsterdam, I felt like there was a lot more going on in the US one than the Amsterdam one. Yeah, it was an extra day, of course. That's a big deal. I just feel like there was a lot of things happening. A lot of positive things. Oh, it's beautiful to see. What's the point of a full team veil? I think Raptor those in the kids' account. Full team veil means anyone could be attacked. What am I missing here? When the torment head is up, if you don't have a perfect veil on your team, you will be feared by the torment head. So the reason why we need the veil is to make sure that we don't get true feared every single time the torment head decides it wants to do its thing. So that's why we have the veils, to basically protect our interests. Yeah, it's the most brutal part of Torment Head. It basically locks out... I mean, it's not even like normal veil works. It's only true veil. Okay, provoke didn't work. It's a very strong possibility that we get cleansed here, because I didn't have the right setup. Might as well do some damage here. Try and pump some damage out. Provoke. Don't let me down, Husk. Husk, you useless piece of crap. Ah, kill the Wrathhead quickly before I lose. Cat's making noises behind me. Kill the Wrathhead quickly. Okay, we can't. Oh, this is going to hurt. Okay, we got that up. That's good. But we're about to get poison clouded. Ah! Ah! For the love of all that is real in the world. Okay, it's fine. Just take a chill pill for 5 minutes while we all wait for the poison cloud to sort itself out. Ugh. Any tips for the Hydra to get 6.6 on normal? Current team is Michinaki, Kale, Apothecary, Sun Wukong, Ultimate Death Knight. Well, yes. The key thing you want to do is you want to put decreased defense on a head, and then you want to smack the head with as much damage as you can, Aaron. The easiest way to get 6.6 million damage on normal is to kill one head and then smack the dead head, because you will do so much damage. So what you are lacking in that team is decreased defense and weaken. Michinaki will do it, but only with Hex, right? So you kind of just want to put like decreased defense, weaken, and then bring lots of single target nukers. AoE nukers are not good. Single target nukers, and then just smash the head. That's the way that I do it. Or I used to do it. I don't do normal anymore, but that's what I used to do. Okay. We've nearly got rid of all that poison cloud. There's only one more round to go. Okay, keep making my life worse by putting a life barrier on the head I was just about to kill, but sure. Got it. No worries. At least we got a head we can do damage to now. Oh, don't provoke. Are you seriously kidding me right now? Thank you. All right, we're back in the business. It's a bit disastrous for a moment there, but we're pretty good to go now. Let's get a provoke out here. Or not. Extend. Block debuffs. I swear to God, if I get cleansed one more time, I'm going to lose my mind. Do not disappoint me. Thank you. We won't talk about the fact that Ugo pretty much landed nothing as well. But, you know, that's just an oversight. And that's just weak hit as well, so it didn't even, like, land a big hit. We love it. Right, there we go. Give me my whisper back. Give me my whisper back. It's a very broad possibility that an extra turn could happen here. And I lose my whisper! Ah! Oh well, it was going well. This is the best this team has ever done. We could probably get to 70 million with Val. Yeah, it's the best this team has ever done, but we just got super screwed over by that rotation. The fact that Husk didn't land his A1. It just messed us up a bit. So we lost so much time. But it's brutal, right? So 80 million on brutal is a really good target. We're still able to do a good amount of damage here. It's not so bad. Like, Aaron, if you've been watching the stream, you'll have seen what I mean by how much single target damage increase you can get on a dead head. It takes my Whisper's A2 up to like 1.2 million from 400k, you know, so it's a really big deal. Probably should do that because we need to land a provoke, but apparently we can't do that anymore. Like, Chris just not landing that decrease attack speed A1 is just ruining this run as well. Like, I lost all that because we didn't get a single double provoke. Then we just have to A. Oh, nearly. Why is it my DPSs are the ones that are getting eaten here? So much fun. Give me my hero back. No. Val's dead. Oh, Val's alive. Last minute. Well done, Val. The end is nigh, though, because the consumption time is just too high. That we're basically getting barely no downtime anymore. We can smack you a bit. Provoke. Well done, Husk. That fear is not great. I might get away with it. We do. Got 70 mil. It's good. It's the best this team has ever done. We can stop that. That's going to give us a turn. How much further can we get this team? Probably like maybe 72. Depends how quickly we can get this Ugo out of here, really. Val is weak affinity to both of these heads, which does not help this process, but he did just double hit, which is great. You need to try and provoke. You didn't, which is great. So Ugo's out, which is nice. That's fine. Not a problem. Get a provoke. Nice. Can revive. You don't really care if that full heals at this point. Do that, get rid of that. Throw that out there. 72.5. Every little bit of damage helps. Provoke. Keep it going. This is like when you start scraping the bottom of the barrel to try and get as much damage out of the team as you can. Yes, provoke. Nice. Let's just smack you for some damage. Oh, no, never mind. That could have been a leech, Ugo. Just saying. Okay, that was an awkward time to be consumed, and now it's over. Pretty much over now, I think. Oh, Val's got one more run in him. Never mind, it's over. So, 73.1 million. Whisper, 30 million. Don't forget to do the artifact upgrades for the points. Oh, yes. Good. Thanks for reminding me. Cool. I'll do that now. 30 million. 16 million. 10 million. Krisk doing 30 million with Cursed. Ugo, I must not have masteries at that low damage. So that could be improved. She must not have masteries at that. Because AoE damage dealers, AoE mastery should help. 73 million. Not bad. What do we got on the market? No, 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 no. No, no, no. Ooh, no. Duh. Let's just take this. What does it give me? What does it give me? Oh, it's pretty good, actually. Okay, we'll keep that. Bad worse. Yeah, so we can't really get this because it's ending in 10 hours. So that's a bit of a pain. That hurts a lot. But I think it's fine still. What are we feeling about that ghost offer? $60 for 4 primal shards, 2 ancient shards, 2 sacred shards, 7 things. Let's have a look at what it looks at the pack calculator, shall we? So, estimated price is $5.99. 3, 7, 2, 2, 4. It's rated as a normal deal. Not bad. It's rated as an average deal. I'd never buy it, but, you know. It feels good to get 2 of my 3 Hydra keys out of the way before the weekends even got close. It really does. So at 384 million. So now all I need to do is 100 million Hydra. And that will put me on... So my record Hydra was 144 million. So that would give me 576. 576 plus 384. That will put me on a 960 million contribution for the clan, which I would be really happy with. Even if I can only get 100 million, 400 million, 400,000 there, 400 million there would be great. You know? Just get it out of the way. But it feels so much better to get it all out of the way this early. That's what I need to start doing. Is just getting stuff out of the way early, because I end up finding myself basically back. I end up finding myself... Why? 54 seconds. I basically end up like having to do everything all at the last minute. It's really stressful. Got some decent primal shard counts going. Enough probably to make that. I didn't do Hydra last week. It's pretty bad. I just didn't have time. That's good. That's good. Referrals sorted. Good thing. I think we're good for now. So tomorrow I just have to kind of... I don't think I'll be doing the Sand Devil. I normally do every single Sand Devil tournament, but I think I'm just going to need to spend all my energy on trying to get the Dungeon Divers done. So... I think that's the plan. I don't think I've seen anyone get the 75 yet. I won the Finite tournament, so that's why I have so much quartz. Because I won the Finite tournament. Started it yesterday, won it. Got the primal quartz, the things here. I figured the 3 summons plus a primal shard plus winning it was worth it. So I did it. I haven't actually looked if any of this gear is any good. I'll have to have a look in a bit. But I have no inventory space for that, so... You broke 1 million points for the first time last week. I was quite proud of myself doing the no shenanigans. Nice, Kessel. Nice. That's what I want to hear. Good shit, as they say. I don't think there's anything I want to spend here. So leave it be. Right. It is nearly 2 in the morning. Good lord, it's been a long stream, but it's good to be back. I hope we all had a nice time. I don't know if I'm going to get a video out on the new champions though. I'm going to try, but there's videos coming. I hope the videos were good whilst I was away. Some champion guides I thought I'd cover. A fix for Fortis we might get. But yeah, I will be streaming again on Monday on YouTube. But tomorrow I might be streaming Diablo 4 on my own Twitch channel. I just want to... I feel like keeping other games separate from the YouTube channel is good health for the YouTube channel. But I also want to get back into playing some like actual games that I used to play in the olden days, like Total War, Diablo 4, you know, Lord of the Rings Online, maybe some bunch of other games. So I figured we'd do a bit of dual streaming potentially. You know, if people want it on YouTube, I can cross stream it to YouTube from Twitch as well. So I'll put it all into... I need to remember where it is, actually. I don't even know what the username Kessel is. I need to look at setting it up tomorrow. But keep an eye out for on Twitter, on my Twitter, and on Discord, because I'll let everyone know. I'll probably put a community post on YouTube as well, just to say that I'm streaming Diablo 4. And yeah, I'll probably be starting it tomorrow as well. So it might be more weirder streaming times. We'll see what happens. But it was something I was... you know, thinking about when we were at TwitchCon, before we were at TwitchCon, so I don't know what I'm going to roll you, Kessel, so I'm going to need help to decide. I'm like torn between Upheaval Barbarian and Sorcerer, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, keep an eye out on my Discord. I'll let everyone know what's going on there, and I'll put a community post when I am going live on it and stuff like that. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you probably sometime tomorrow if you're going to watch. If not, what day is it? Thursday? Monday? I don't know. We'll see. Have a nice evening, guys.